There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome to the Aloha Cup. Here in Praia de Macumba in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, we've got a fun day of competition ahead of us. Of course, Barton, yesterday was finals day, and now underway is the Aloha Cup. Straight out the gates, we've got surfers running down to the shoreline to get their heat started. 45 minutes on the clock, 3 waves per surfers as a maximum wave count, but only the top 2 waves will be scoring. All surfers need to stay in their boxes throughout the entire competition. There's a lot of little things that can earn you a 5-point penalty. We will be going through it. But now down running to the water, we've got 4 surfers out there. Shannon Hughes alongside Barton Lynch to call semi-final number 1. There's going to be 2 semis and then a final out of the top 4 teams.
And I wouldn't like to race that young lady.
Chesney Gwinnett out with a very quick start for Team Hawaii. First surfer for Team France in the blue jerseys is going to be Axel Dominguez. First surfer for Spain in the green jersey is going to be Hans Ordrizola. And first up for Portugal in the white is going to be Maria Diaz.
Some very strong teams in this opening semi-final. Hawaii, France, Spain and Portugal. As you see there, one surfer in the water at a time, the other members in the box. The surfer runs down. You've got 45 minutes. You've got 4 surfers. So essentially you've got about 11 minutes each to catch and get 2 good scores. And at the end of the 45 minutes, all of those scores, best 2 of each 4, so 8 scores are added together. Team with the highest total and second highest total would go through to the final in semi-final number 2 coming up. Look, the action's already getting hot and heated.
Here we go. Up and riding. Spain. Great opening turn. Gets that single maneuver in for Hans Odriozola, who had an incredible gold medal finish yesterday, Barton.
Hey, he just finished off right. It was like he never had a high yesterday, just still at the job. Beautiful backhand re-entry in yesterday. World Junior Champion. His brother, who is also in the team with got 3rd in the 18s, which was an amazing result for him. So the family had a great day yesterday, and we were all stoked to watch them do. They're great kids, great surfers, and Spain looking very strong, especially with their 2 ladies in their team as well. Good morning, peoples.
Good morning. Shannon Hughes here alongside Barton Lynch to call semi-final number 1. There's going to be 2 semi-finals set. Top 2 teams out of each semi will be advancing through into the grand final. And the Aloha Cup is a lot of fun, but it is very competitive fun at that, Barton.
Yes, it's and for a lot of teams, if you haven't won, if you didn't know, Brazil winning the team gold yesterday. Big news that came out last night, so congratulations to them. As we see Annette Echibara getting ready to go next year is incredible. The 2 ladies in the Spanish team, that is a sharp, powerful, well-drilled, well-trained, hungry team for Spain. We saw it in the main results, and here's the replay of the opening ride. Vertical, beautiful turn. Judges considering it. First wave, going to set the scale for everything else that happens.
And a bit of strategy with that. Of course, they have the option to catch 3 waves, but if a surfer catches 2 waves, feels confident with the score line, they're going to come in and try and save that valuable time to hand off to the rest of their teammates. Taking a look now at the opening ride of Maria Diaz out of Team Portugal. She just dropped into 0.57 for that wave, Barton, so she'll be looking for 2 more scores likely to put on the board.
Yes, and you would, as a team, not all teams would do this, but in Australia, you're very experienced in this tag team format. It's been going on since the, I think, late 70s, early 80s. You know, it was something we've done for a very long time. And it ends up being that you don't need this super high average. If you can stay in that nice, call it 4.5 for every ride throughout the whole day, because some go up, some go down. Here's the second score for Spain.
Hans now up and riding. Getting a combination of maneuvers together. He dropped in a 6.5 for his opening score. He would just be receiving that information from the beach marshal or the beach announcers, as we see Chesney getting her first score on the board. So she's got that quick backhand snap. And it looks like Hans was making that decision for Team Spain off his second wave to get straight into the beach, try and save some time. And that's within that first 5 minutes of the heat. He's already been able to bank what's going to be 2 solid scores.
And that 6.5 is going to be, you know, the second score, I feel like, is going to be forced up by the height of the 6.5 as an opening ride. Great score, 1 re-entry. You know, I was thinking 4-5,
Yep.
You know what I mean? So, you know, but then again, that might be the quantity versus quality thing, and we'll see where this score drops in, but I feel like the second wave was significantly better than the first.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, they go in the opposite direction. Combination surfing, but really looking for, we got a little bit of audio down there, which is fun always to hear something that's going on behind the scenes. Just a 4.5 in for the second score of Spain in the green jersey, puts them up to an 11-point heat total. Those will be their 2 counting scores because Odriozola decided not to go for a third wave and try to better that 4.5.
Time's more valuable than that. He's done his job, you know. 10 point, we'll call it an 11 point, 5.5 average. Perfect, on track, good start. Time up on your side for people to wait later when they may need, and you know exactly what you need, and people can go out there with that clarity and look for it. It's a lot of responsibility, but it's a lot of good fun.
Team Portugal has Maria Diaz out in the water still, as we can see Hans sprinting up the beach, going to tag into the box. Now, when it comes to rules and regulations, you may or may not be familiar if you're listening in around the world to the way that those formats work. Teams have to be, you know, the next surfer running out has to be waiting on the line within the box. They're not allowed to leave early. If they leave the box too early, 5-point penalty.
Yep.
If they don't touch hands,
Clean tag.
5-point penalty. If they, I can't think of anything else that would happen in that situation.
And I think if you get all your surfers into the box before the end, you get a points bonus. So there's a lot of little things that come into play, and for countries that haven't used this format, there's a lot of things that can go wrong.
If a surfer takes their jersey off in the huddle, 5-point penalty. As we take a look now at Maria on her forehand. So third wave now. She'll be coming in on that one, and it's going to better her situation. Now the opener of France, Axel Dominguez, on his backhand. He's taken a long time, nearly 8 minutes, to get his opening ride. He's going to put that first score on the board. A long sprint now for the Portuguese competitor, way down the beach. So you can see the setup for where the actual kind of contest setup is. Soft sand run now. Leg burner, Barton. Coming in for that clean tag all the way into the box. And their second surfer, Teresa, will be heading out in the water. We've got scores to drop in for that last score of third wave for surfer in white. It's going to better her situation. She dropped only a 1.9 for her high score at the moment.
Penalty. A team surfer that surfs in his place and then substitutes for another team member that surfs twice.
I think that was just the beach announcer giving us a little bit of a kind of rules update for the teams, just to remind them that every team, they've submitted their roster to the beach marshal ahead of time. We know that for Team Hawaii,
5-point.
Literally, there's like so many things. It's quite fun. Everything you do that could be potentially like, oh, it's probably not a big deal, 5-point penalty. So make sure that you are doing everything according to the rules. Surf in the order of the roster you handed into the team. You could do any order you want to. Taking a look now at France. We're still waiting for his first score to drop in for Axel. He's going to have that second score, and he's nearly on that 10-minute mark for the start of this heat, deciding he's going to look for one more opportunity. From a strategies perspective, Barton, some teams will opt to send what they would believe to be their strongest surfer out early to get big scores,
Yeah.
recognizing that maybe at the end of the heat. Let's take a look at this replay here.
And there's a type of person that suits that first surfer role. They've got to be fast, got to be sharp. They've got to be one of those people that catches too many waves in a free surf and annoys everyone else. That type of person is what you're looking for as we see a strong, powerful sprint up the beach. I always remember that as the hardest part of the entire thing, getting back up. Look, and the replay, I remember it was a replay from that little stumble in the deep, soft sand. There's the clean tag. That's how it works.
Teresa now out in the lineup, looking to get into this wave, and it looks like Axel is going to be up and riding. Nice looking turn on his forehand, just disappears behind the shade, and he's going to be running up the beach now. Now, one of the only things they can do that doesn't get them a penalty is ditch their board at the shoreline. They are able to take that leash off, leave their board, flailing in the shore break, and sprint up the beach for the sake of time. They won't lose any points.
To have a team member down there to keep an eye on those boards when you take them off, because you're a long way away from your equipment in the end. Yeah,
there's definitely going to have to be a coach, a manager maybe down on the shoreline, or another surfer on the team that's not competing. It's just 4 surfers. We've now got Tia Zabrowski running down the beach as second surfer for Team France. Now hitting the lineup. The only team remaining is Team Hawaii, I believe, where Chesney is still in the water. With a second score to drop, she may be running in to tag out now. It looks like there she is. So she's going to be the last team in to get that second surfer out there with a strong sprint. Her 2 waves, unfortunately, really small. Just a couple of ones on the board for Hawaii at the beginning. We've got a 4-1-0 for that first wave of Axel for Team France in the blue. His second score dropped through as a 2.93. He came in, I believe, after those first 2 scores. So those are going to be what's holding him in that second place position, or Team France in second. For Portugal, it was a 1.9 and a 2.03 for their top 2 waves. And we've got another score now to drop through for Spain, who's out in front off of the strength of Hans's opening exchange.
Yeah, and again, when you look at the 4-1-0, 1 backhand turn, and the 2.93, 2 backhand turns. And again, this morning, the quality conversation really alive and well. And so that's good information for the teams, because it doesn't mean you're looking for waves that allow you 4. There's a lot more waves that allow you 1 than there are waves that allow you 4. And so that will make the whole assignment a lot easier with those indicative scores early. 4.37 comes through for this 1 turn right-hander from the Frenchman. He makes his way up the beach on the replay here. We saw that live, so it'll be interesting to see. He's going to come in second out of the opening exchange, have France strongly in that position. Spain, fastest and the best points. So Odriozola, Hans, starting out exactly how he finished yesterday, gold medal around his neck overnight. Why would you not feel good today?
Just feeling so excited to have walked away with that very first Spanish junior world title. Did a little bit of research overnight and realized the WSL has never had a Spanish surfer win that World Juniors title. The ISA neither, so he is the very first for their country to walk away with that coveted title in the juniors category. As we take a look now at... a little drop in here. Now, we don't have priority for the audience listening in on our scoreboards. From what we can see on the broadcast side of things, the beach announcers would be all over it. As we take a look now at the forehand attack.
A teenage phenom.
Tia Zabrowski.
She is an incredible talent for Team France, and we can't wait to watch her future. Team Spain maintaining the lead.
Annette.
Yep.
On the sprint up the beach. She's going to have a good score to drop. She put in a 0.77 for her first, a 3.23 for her second. Now her third is dropping in. Long run to where the teams are positioned. It's a good test overall, Barton.
Whew! It's
after a huge week of competition.
At the end of a week of massive competition, it's most probably if you're not match fit now, you never are. So I think most of these young surfers are match fit at this point in time, and dealing with the sand run powerfully. Big re-entry there, comes unstuck. Haley Boverman for Hawaii.
So second surfers in for Hawaii, France, and Portugal. Now the third surfer of Spain entering the lineup. Feeling very confident. Remember, their first surfer was able to get his 2 scores of significance as well within 5 minutes of the heat start. Kind of relegate roughly 10 minutes per surfers in a 45-minute heat. Let's take a look at this replay, though.
Late to the re-entry, but made it nicely. Exactly the sort of ride she needs right now and her country needs right now. Maintain their... This was an interesting situation. I'm not sure if there is even priority in this competition here. We don't see any numbers next to names. Maybe it's just open slather, and which would kind of make sense. Hard to keep track of the priority when they're going this fast. Nice snap out of the top there for Team Portugal. Spain pegged back a little bit. The 3.23 for a net, a good score, but also counting a 0.77. That takes some off of Hans's great start and brings the average down. And it doesn't take much to drag the average right down. So that's why, no matter who's in the lead now, in 30 minutes' time, it's going to be a very different situation because there's a lot of ups and downs in this competition format.
Portugal's Teresa running up the beach now. Heading out in the water next for them will be Matias Canoto. So they opted to have their 2 female surfers, the girls, surf first, same as Team Hawaii. And it's going to be the boys running in the water as their last 2 surfers.
You know what happens sometimes when you leave your best surfers till last? Sometimes they don't get any time. And your best surfers are sent out to get, anything in 3 minutes. And so the start has to be a good surfer, so the points are good, but it needs to be a fast surfer more importantly than a good surfer. Good surfers in the middle can be good, and a fast surfer at the back who can scramble if that ends up being the scenario. And if it doesn't end up being the scenario, then that last 4th surfer has lots of time to build. So I always thought that the best surfers are in the middle was always kind of the strategy we went with.
Now we do see that there is a penalty that has been incurred on Portugal. We're unsure entirely of the priority rotation, but we do know that there is interference penalties of 5 points plus the loss of a score on the board should there be any kind of interference. So Portugal has obtained an interference, unfortunately, from their second surfer dropping in, and they will be losing the score of that wave. I do believe they'll also be incurring a 5-point penalty, and there we can already see it because their heat total is at a 2.10, which, if they were counting their other scores already, they'd be in that 7-point range now. So 5-point penalty on Portugal is the first penalty that we're seeing in the Aloha Cup.
Maybe not the last.
Probably not. I would say there's no way that's the last one.
Spain on 15 after 2 surfers. And see now the Spanish surfer in the water now has been a period of time where all of a sudden the time that you've created might slow down because, well, I suppose you've been caught in wave count by Portugal, but that's inconsequential. A 5.33 for the first wave of the second surfer for France. That's a great equaliser.
Oh, fantastic to see a bigger score being dropped in. France now sitting very close to Spain and actually has less surfers that have surfed so far. Spain onto their 3rd competitor, sitting on 15-point heat total. France still on their 2nd competitor, sitting on just a 13.80 heat total. Now, like you were mentioning, one of the challenges of sending maybe your strongest surfer out as the last surfer is if they lose time.
Yep.
One of the benefits is that if your other surfer is able to manage their time very well, you could end up with your last surfer having, say, 15 or 20 minutes if they've managed well in the front half, and then they could actually pick out the best waves coming through and get excellent scores on the board. However, if the surfer doesn't catch the waves that aren't able to actually take off on 2 waves, 2 scoring waves, even if it's just foamies, but they stand up, in those dying minutes and make it back into box on time, they will incur penalties.
Yes, correct. That's right. So, strategy everywhere. The more rules, the more strategy comes into play. Haley Boverman, nice backhand re-entry, getting the pace going for Team Hawaii. She had a .87 on her first one. And if that's the case and she's going to go in, I feel like maybe she needed to improve on that .87. Drags the team down. You need everyone to get 3s minimum, And if someone drops a 6, that takes some pressure off here and there. But here goes some speed underfoot here.
Sprinting down for Team Hawaii is going to be Tiger Abubo.
He looked like a
into
tiger.
the lineup.
Sprinting in for the kill right there. Whew, out of breath. Strong runs up the beach. Second score coming in for her in just one moment. But only riding the 2 waves, thinking that an 0.87 is enough. I feel like that strategically is a problem. When you look across the board, the best looking surf heat so far is in blue from France. All solid scores, no 0 points. The 0 points are a big mistake, So France have thrown away a 2.93 and you go, well, that's a great start. And they're not, another ride here, back up of, say, with a 3 and come in and your job's done. You're not far behind, really.
That's right. And Tia Zabrowski, who's currently in the water for Team France, she already has a first good score on the board with a 5.33.
Yeah.
She's still about 2 minutes away from that halfway mark of the entire heat.
Exactly.
So she's able to get herself another wave. That still leaves half of the allotted time for her last 2 surfers to get out there, manage well. Gives each surfer about 12 minutes in order to get a couple more big scores on the board.
Great. Yeah, and you go a minute every 6 minutes. I think I can handle
Team France
that.
has their second surfer in Tia Zabrowski. Team Spain.
Semi-final number 1 in the water.
Team Portugal, third.
And we have got Mitch Salazar down on the beach, right there in the action. Mitch, how's it going on the sand?
It's going great so far. It's pretty tense down here, I'm not going to lie. I just think the Aloha Cup format is very similar to a lot of board riders events that you have worldwide, but as you can see, a lot of these surfers and a lot of these teams don't have that kind of experience that you do see now in the United States, but mainly in Australia, so I definitely think that semi-final number 2 is going to be the more competitive one, and obviously being the guinea pigs, the first heat of the morning isn't very easy either, but I think more importantly, the lack of swell right now is very difficult for a lot of these surfers, especially in the format that doesn't have priority, and I know Barton yourself, you can attest to this format is probably even more difficult than competing on an individual perspective.
100%, Mitchie. It's a lot of responsibility, and you've got to deny your desire to star and just contribute to the team in that way. Mitchie, how's the vibe down there? Is there a team?
I think we've just lost him.
Okay.
I can just hear that audio, that nice sound of the shoreline has changed.
Okay.
But that was a great update. Just that reminder, it's similar to what a lot of surfers are competing in. And taking a look at this wave, it was France on the inside position. Now, the interference that we saw called on the surfer from Portugal early on was a takeoff in that outside positioning. So within these heats, there is no priority established throughout, but it's the same as the start of the heat. Start of a normal heat, as we got Tia running strong up the beach, where there's no priority at the start of a heat, but the person in position at the center of the peak, the inside position, say on a right.
Traditional style,
old school rules, person on the inside.
Right away.
Has right away.
So
that's what's happening throughout this entire heat.
So Tia Zabrowski is quite a clever competitor. She's gone out and got 2 big scores and got, potentially another interference for Portugal. Because although it didn't really impede her scoring potential, it may have aided her scoring potential. But she kind of got to where he took off. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Either way, great performance from her. Back, here's their next surfer in the water. And they feel like a powerful squad.
Paddle now. Let's take another look at this because Tia is on the inside position.
Team France only needed a 1.21. So she gets the score to go into first. I'd be happy if they didn't call anything there. It felt like there was enough distance and no impediment. And that was, just good fair play. Opportunistic, both sides.
So we'll see if anything shows up from the panel. We've got 21 minutes remaining in semifinal number 1. Spain currently in the lead, but France, like you said, was only chasing a 1-point ride. Scores have dropped through a 3.10 for the second wave of Tia Zabrowski for Team France. She is now running up the beach, getting ready to tag off on their third surfer, and her third score comes through as that 0, so we know she's happy with the 2. France now into the lead. 21 minutes on the clock, so just around that halfway mark. France is going to have enough time to be able to get some solid surfing in from their last 2 competitors. Pierre Lamotte will be hitting the water next for Team France. There you can see Team Spain currently sitting in that second position now with a 15-point heat total. So in the context of this heat, there's a lot of work to be done for both Portugal and Hawaii because they are deep behind that advancing position with the heat total of a 15.00 on the board for Team Spain.
Yes, absolutely correct. And when you see the zeros, and you know that they've declared on their 2 rides, and if declaring on a 0.87, it's really going to put pressure on other team members. We see the same thing happen for Spain, the 0.77. So at this point in time, the French team is just on track. It feels like everything they're doing is very deliberate. I like the structure of the team. You know, how they've sort of paced that team feels good to me. Axel first, Tia second, Pierre in the middle there, Sarah in the fourth. She'll be able to go super fast if she needs to, and if she's got time, even better. So either way, I feel like they've structured the team well, they've managed the time really well, they've surfed the waves well and dropped scores consistently, scores that you will keep. So, professional from the French is what I would say.
Very professional approach from the French team, that's for sure. Solid scores, in that mid-range 3 all the way up to the 5s. Team Spain with the strong start for their first 2 waves. 6.5 being a highest score overall. We have seen a 5.67 drop through for Portugal, and they are now sitting in that 3rd place position, still with just that single penalty on the board, so it doesn't look like there was a penalty called on that last opportunity. Yeah. I love that we were able to take that look at it again, kind of assess that there was some distance between them.
And she might have even been aided.
As we take a look now at Hawaii surfer on his backhand, Tiger Abubo.
Big
nice
score.
2-turn combination.
Big score for them. Thinking about the 6.5 of Spain, the opening ride. I feel like that's better than that. And that could drag up that average and take the pressure off the 0.87 that they're counting now, if that goes higher than a 6, which I feel it has to. Feet kicking, understanding the importance of time right here. Portugal in the lineup, really fighting from behind the pack with that penalty.
Strong paddle now for Team France with Pierre on his backhand. Quick snap to start. Soft wave, he kicks off before the shoreline.
Yeah,
so he's going to be putting
again.
another score on the board, or his first score on the board, I believe. Now up and riding, Janire for Team Spain.
Those 2 Spanish ladies are very, very good. They're going to be on that World Championship tour
I
one
couldn't
day
agree more.
And scarce a lot of people, and head to those Olympics and potentially medal as well. I'm very impressed by Team Spain all week. This team, the 4 people in this team, they're strong, all 4 of them. Super strong.
Yeah, it's been a very standout week for them. Taking a look at the teams that are competing in the Aloha Cup, rules and regulations around that go by the top 7 teams from the previous event. So for this year's World Junior Championships, it was the top 7 teams out of last year's World Juniors. For the World Surfing Games, it'll be the World Surfing Games results from the previous years, or longboarding and so forth. As we can see, surfer Maria Diaz for Team Portugal, just sitting there under the shade.
It didn't look like a fun place to be.
It didn't, did it?
No, the energy needs to, someone in that camp needs to go, hey, no, we can do that. And stand up and rally the troops and get some energy coming out of that tent that's positive, that's supportive, because it feels tense in there.
Team Spain holding on to that second place position at the moment.
Feels tense in there too, so maybe it's just the atmosphere. Maybe it's exactly what it's meant to be like.
Mitch was saying that as well when we heard from him just a moment ago. Just that kind of tension was down the beach.
Yes, he was, wasn't he? And he was, I'm feeling it now.
Yeah, you can really feel it.
2.07 for France on that first one.
Spain feeling happy. 2.07. All right, so France adding to their score line. And top 7 teams from last year's World Junior Championships being Hawaii, Australia, France, USA, Spain, Japan, and Portugal. And then the host nation always gets a slot in at the Aloha Cup, so Brazil being represented this year as well. And a huge congratulations to Brazil coming off of a team gold victory after the strength of having 3 medalists yesterday, with a gold medal in that conversation as well. So many more points available on finals day in comparison to those early rounds, but also really requiring, the majority of a team to get that team gold medal to have at least kind of made it to that midway point within competition. All of those little placings matter so much, and Team Brazil walked away with a huge victory yesterday. Great work from them putting in that effort here at home, as well as we take a look at France. And Pierre goes down.
Oh, Pierre is putting some pressure on the French team for the first time. Spain pumping, driving.
Ooh, great opening snap. Times it well for the second. She'll be looking to come in after this one, kind of indecisive for a moment, but she's going to switch that one around, running up the sand. Hawaii, Tiger on his backhand. This is a great looking wave. A lot of opportunity on it in comparison to what we've seen from the rest of the heat. He's also just going to tag that section. He'll be finishing off, deciding to hold on to his board potentially, as we see Janire with the smile on her face. Big sprint up the beach. She'll be able to catch her breath now as we have our next surfer, Kai Ordrizola, heading the lineup, and he is the last competitor, Barton, to run out. He's got 15 full minutes on the clock.
Well, and he could be super fast too. They didn't need to come in with that 0.77. They've got too much time for Kai.
Yes.
He doesn't need that much time. They needed to use that, invest that time on improving
earlier
that
on.
0.77 instead of rushing at the start there. I think that's going to be the thing that drags them down in the end. And Kai is someone who doesn't really need. Look at that. Look at Hawaii. Ryland Beavers just paddling like a demon. I love that.
Now Hawaii as well has small scores on the board from earlier on. Still 13 minutes on the clock as we take a look at this last replay for Janire.
Beautiful surfing. Really difficult wave to surf and just made it look fun. Tiger here, one of the best scores for sure. 4.53 on the one before it. And pumping through to the inside. Just this is him. He's coming in. He's done his job. On the replay, wrapping it up. And there's their current surfer, Ryland Beavers. He was out the back in no time. Looked like he had a motor on the back of that surfboard.
So Hawaii and Spain, red and green, have their last surfers in the water. For Spain, they're sitting in that leading position, and he'll have plenty of time to be able to get some work done. Looks like he's going to take off on the left. We can see the other surfers pulling back. Goes in for one big maneuver, but it's a closeout.
He needs to wait, mate. That's unnecessary. No need to keep going that fast.
Portugal.
Recognize the time.
Now up and riding on his forehand. Pumping, driving down the line, goes for the air, and puts the risk on the line.
Portugal may as well.
Knows that they need to do something huge in order to get back into the conversation, having that only penalty of the event so far. France now coming in on the shoreline. This will be Pierre going to swap out with their last surfer.
On the 103.
And Matthias also on the sprint up the shoreline now. Opts to carry that board with him. Holds that leash. Surprising that we haven't seen anyone go down and trip. I've competed in events like this before, board riders. On the sprint down the beach, especially on the way out, because you got so much, excitement.
Nearly always happens, doesn't it?
Full face plant. You're checking your board for dings, but you got to just keep going.
Yep.
Reset when you hit the lineup. And we've got France with Sarah now in as their final surfer. She put together an incredible performance yesterday, made it into the finals of the under-18 girls. As we take a look now, coming in across the finish line. All that energy being expended. Great tap of the hand, and she is off.
Judges considering his score.
Down to 11 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. A lot of waves being ridden.
So,
Ooh, a fall for Portugal as well
Pierre
on that
banking.
second opportunity.
Oh, I look up and there's just fireworks.
Ryland Beavers. He's going to put together that opening score. It was a 6.53 and a 6.03 for the opening rides of Tiger Abubo, which was really good for them. They're now back in the conversation. They went from having a huge requirement in front of them to Ryland chipping away at that significantly and now sitting on a 16.74 heat total. Hawaii only needs a 4.71 to jump into that advancing position ahead of France.
It tightens right up, and those twos kind of hurting France that little bit, dropping the average down by a couple of points. Pierre, Lamotte, and that's where that pressure comes into things. Nerve-wracking, such responsibility. And a little cat and mouse going on right now. Spain and Hawaii. Rapid fire.
Woohoo, here we go. All right, down to the final 10 minutes. Every team has their last surfer in the water. Team Portugal now up and riding. Great forehand snap.
Really beautiful.
That was really, really nice. Looking to improve on the 0.80. France now. Sarah getting her first wave underway. She was the only of the last surfers in there to be looking for her first ride. So she's now quickly gotten that score on her backhand. She'll be dropping in a second.
4.93 the first that for Hawaii. That's a good score. And as you said, drove them back into contention. Only looking for a 2.44, but then France have got Spain have got waves to come. France have got waves to come.
Team Hawaii with some hand signals. And here we go with the paddle for our surfer in red. We'll track though with blue. Sarah on her backhand. Little tag to the section, only needing a 0.5 to take the leading position back from Spain.
No need for Ryland to come in now because he's, got 9 minutes.
That's right. He's going to have a second score to drop. His first with a 4.93. Let's take a look at this one, Barton.
Couple of nice turns there. 4.93, a great start. Contributes to the team average beautifully.
They'll be hearing from the beach announcers as well how much time is remaining on the clock, what those requirements are to be taking the advancing positions.
Spain back into the lead.
All right. Spain holding on to that first place position. We do have a score to drop through for France, though, that could likely be taking away that first place spot. Team Hawaii still just trailing a little bit, and there we go. France with a 2.27 for the last of Sarah moves into the lead. She'll have one more wave to catch before needing to come in. 8 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And at this stage, everyone has done well to kind of get those first scores on the board for their final surfers, and now we'll be waiting out that opportunity to try and get something that really matters.
Great lessons in it for the teams coming up in semi-final number 2 as well, because you got to watch this and you can see some obvious errors at certain points in time where you've been more concentrating on the time than you have been the scores and the average scores and the structure of your team, although that's locked in. So whatever you committed to, and this second semi-final is stacked, isn't it? That's going to be an incredible one too, given the lessons learnt in this first one.
That's right. We're going to have Australia with Kira Buckpitt, Sierra Kerr, Lennox Smith, and Harley Walters in that order. Team USA is going to have Talia Swindle, Rex Hennings, Mia McLee, and Cole McCaffrey in that order. Japan will have Iko Watanabe, Mirai Ikeda, Anan Matsuoka, and Tenchi Iwami. And then for Team Brazil, it will be Ryan Kainalo, Sofia Gonçalves, Guilherme Lemos, and Alexa Montero. So this is going to be a really exciting heat coming up next. The Australians, without a doubt, have the most tag team style events underneath them. Those surfers are going to have so much experience competing in events like this.
Totally, 100%.
The Australian Board Riders Battle being the biggest in the world of its this sort of format.
Yeah. The format was, invented by Jay Carter out of Australia, and it's a great contribution to the sport that Jay made, the development of this, and it's been a backbone of, board riders clubs competition for years and a format that's been used for years. There we see good people doing good things, cleaning up around the beach after the event. Bravo to those young people.
Big thank you to anyone getting involved in that. If you're tuning in, if you're down on the beach hanging out with your teams, be sure to jump in, grab a trash bag, start picking up some of the rubbish that's been left behind after a big week of competition. Leave Macumba Beach looking even better than when we arrived.
And it's so great to see that everywhere you go. The consciousness and understanding of the impact of the health of the planet on the health of the population of the planet is finally getting through, and all over the world there are people and organisations doing great things, caring and trying to influence corporate behaviour to preserve the future. So good on those people.
All right, Spain using their kind of inside positioning here for this last opportunity into the shoreline. He's going to finish off. He's got plenty of time, but coming down to that 5-minute mark, this is where you're going to start to see that sort of energy kick up. He's actually taking a look back. He's decided going for one more wave. He's got that 2.6 on the board. He's now going to try and better that because they have fallen into that third place position, and this is where things are going to get very exciting, Barton.
And they need something big. He needs a big air on a closeout section. Boom, just bust it, land it, and get back in the box. Again, looking at Team Spain, I just see the 0.77 and just can't help but go back to that. He's got too much time first. He doesn't need the time he's using. The 0.77 was where the time needed to be spent. So if they don't qualify for the final, it's an easy fix in the future. You can see where that went wrong quite clearly when you look along the scoreline. Same for Hawaii and Portugal. You know, the 0.87 for Hawaii, another sort of situation. Ryland Beavers just kind of sitting waiting because he didn't need to. So, and that's where the surfer that you put at the back end is kind of an interesting thing too. Like you could have invested more time in the middle for both those teams and picked up those two scores and, you know. Oh, look, Spain back into the lead though.
Spain.
Because that 3-9 dropped.
Here we go. A 3.9 puts Spain into first, France into second, Hawaii back out of the equation into third. Hawaii now just chasing a 1.22. Everybody.
And a 2.13 for France. So easy ask, really. 3 minutes 55 on the clock.
Every team has one more wave that they're able to catch. We can see a set approaching now. And, everyone decides not to go. These are the kind of moments, 3 minutes 45 seconds on the clock, where we could see those interferences
100%.
come into play at the finish. You can see those penalties come into play. Strong paddle, and Ryland doesn't get into it.
No one gets into it,
Wow,
it seems.
first two waves of that set go unridden, Barton, when scores are required across the board.
Here we go. You just...
Ooh.
Well, that was a fake-out set, wasn't it?
That was a huge fake out.
Here
All right.
he goes.
Spain.
Urgency.
Kai, the brothers, back-ending, kind of starting out, bookending this heat. As we take a look at Sarah, big single re-entry. She's going to come in now, hoping that she's done enough. She'll get that 2.13, likely to take France back into the leading position, but it's still wide open for Hawaii. Portugal's in a tough spot because they have that 5-minute penalty incurred on the interference early on in this heat with their second surfer. That has hurt their potential to qualify for the final. As we see, Sarah finishes off well within the time zone. We got 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, Barton, and we've got a paddle now for Hawaii with Ryland on his backhand. Great looking section.
Big wave, big score.
Mm-hmm.
Thought I was at the US Open. That just looked like one of them Huntington Beach waves.
It
like
certainly
well
did.
Surfed. It says that they now need a 2.42. That makes more sense because before I said a 1.22 and I'm thinking that doesn't make sense. So here we go.
All right, so Hawaii only needing the 2.42. Ryland obviously going to get that score, but we still are going to have Spain and Portugal in the lineup. And there we go. Scores through for last of Hawaii. It's enough to take Hawaii into the second place position. France now falls out into third and has no chance of getting back into that leading or that advancing spot. Spain now up and riding, tags the section but goes down. He's going to be coming in, still holding on to that first place position. Unless there's some kind of penalty that gets incurred on Team Spain, before they hit the box, then it will be those two advancing through. Portugal with a great backhand attack, but chasing away an 8.28 on the scoreboard. And so it's seeming unlikely that it's going to be anyone besides Spain and Hawaii taking the advancing positions.
Yeah, and France trying to understand where the wheels came off in the campaign. The average just dropped to twos. 207, 217, 227. That's where it went down. They ended up with the average just dropping down below that 3 or 4, and those higher scores from the other teams sort of taking over the balance of one low score.
That's right. Well, here now we can see that score for the last wave of Hawaii was a 6.17, which was a great way to strongly put them into that second place position. France falls out in third, and look at how close, 0.77 dividing the heat totals of France and Hawaii for that advancing position into the grand final.
One wave here, one wave there, one little fall, one incompletion.
Portugal does have a score to drop. It's a great score, but it's not the 8-point ride required. It's a 6.33, and Portugal will not be able to jump out of that fourth place position. Had they not had the penalty inquired, they could be sitting with the potential to be advancing, but it's going to be Team Hawaii holding on to that second place spot just behind Team Spain, and they'll be into the final, taking away another medal for Team Hawaii.
Jumping out of their skin, literally so excited, so happy. And this, when the main round doesn't kind of go to plan, the main championship event, the Aloha Cup's always a good band. You know, it makes you feel a little better. I remember getting third when we coached Australia in Costa Rica, and we came and won the Aloha Cup. And to take that gold always is a complimentary little moment that helps with the hurt of not succeeding as well in the main round. So good there for Hawaii. Spain continuing the roll from the main round. Same thing that we saw from them. First places in the boys 16, first place in that semi-final.
Impressive heat for Team Spain. Team Hawaii in that second position. And we'll take a look now at some highlights from semi-final number 1.
Just looking at the world today, it's very clear that what we need the most is peace. And today, we are a proof of peace and a better world through surfing. It is my hope that in these 10 days of surfing competition, friendship, camaraderie, to hate, we answer with love. To violence, we answer with peace. And of course, we answer with surf, which is what we love.
The amount of happiness of bringing this all together. I personally surfed this event twice before, and it changed my life, like it's gonna change your life.
Now that the world can hear, it is my greatest pleasure, my greatest honor. This is what I love to do the most. To officially declare open the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil! Okay!
Welcome back, world. We are live yet again on a beautiful Saturday here in Praia de Macumba. I'm Chris Cote with Jess Grimwood, and we are excited to bring you semi-final number 2 here in the aptly named Aloha Cup. Although the urgency and excitement we saw in semi-final number 1 tells a little bit different of a story, right? All aloha all day, except for when you need the score. So this is a really fun way to cap off an incredible week of surfing here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Basically a bonus day. I'm Chris, that's Jess. We've been so happy to bring you the best, most talented 18 and under surfers from all over the world. And of course, the vibrancy and excitement here in Rio de Janeiro is all around us.
Yeah, and it's really pumping this morning. It was kind of foggy when we first woke up, and you know, here in Rio, that's a really good sign of it being a very, very hot beach day. It's packed. The seriousness, though, a bit of a serious note on the Aloha Cup from those first 4 teams. I felt the vibe in here. I mean, obviously, really, really pumped and really, really high energy tag team surfing, but I felt this little air of tension and seriousness.
No aloha?
Well, no, I'm not saying that. There's 100% aloha, but the teams really want to win. They really, really, really want a medal.
I love to see it. All right, speaking of love to see it, I love to see this guy on the beach, especially during the Aloha Cup. He's right in the mix. This is Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, here with Tiger Abubo. Tiger, first of all, big congratulations on your performance during the actual event. I really love to see you make it that far in the event. You had a chance to make it into the final, but your first time competing in the Aloha Cup format, you were a major contributor for your team. You're moving through into the final. How was it like competing in this format for the first time?
I personally love the format. It's really fun, have the team aspect of it, and we did great.
Riding a board once again, I just need to highlight this. This is a Dark Arts Inferno 72 by Sharp Eye. Tell me about the equipment that you need here from Macumba, especially on a day like today.
Yeah, waves are really slow and not that much power, so you really got to have a fast board and light, and this board works great out here.
Thanks, Tiger. Good luck in the final. All right, we're going to go over to Team USA now real quick, guys. So we're going to have the camera follow me over here. We're going to go, Courtney. Let's get Courtney in here real quick. Oh, did I just lose power? No, it seems like we're cool. All right, Courtney, real quick before you guys paddle out for the semi. You've been here before. You've been an ISA competitor, top 10 surfer on the championship tour. What's it like coaching Team USA for the first time?
Oh gosh, it's been so much fun just creating positive vibes and making sure they maintain fun out there and just let loose. You know, we have a lot of talent, and yeah, really stoked we pulled this silver yesterday, and yeah, just super proud of my team. You know, they gave it their best effort. They had to persevere through some sickness and all the highs and the lows, and just really proud of them.
And talking about hydration, it's hot here on the beach, but it's getting even hotter here with the Aloha Cup format. What's it like having a lot of these kids already competing in board artist events back home, and even yourself in a few club events?
Yeah, I think right now it's just getting in those waves and having fun, you know. All of them know how to surf. It's just getting those complete rides today. Yeah, a lot of the ones we picked, it's a little bit of redemption for them, so we're giving them second chances to go out there and get it done.
Let's do it. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, guys. Semi-2 about to paddle out.
Love it, Mitchie.
Thank you, Mitch. Usually you think of Aloha Cup, and that would be filled with a Mai Tai or some pineapple juice, but here in Brazil at ISA competition, the Aloha Cup is much different. These surfers fighting for one of the most illustrious prizes in all of surfing, if not the whole sporting world. We've got Australia, the United States, Japan, and Brazil on hand here in semifinal heat number 2. And you know that these 4 teams, they want it. They're stacked with talent. They got the word now that Team Hawaii and Team Spain have made the final, so that's who 2 of these teams will be meeting up against. Jess Grimwood, Hawaii, Spain. Who's got the edge in the finals when that comes up?
The Spanish team seem pretty serious about the cup and the medaling, so I'm going to say at this stage, the Spanish team. I reckon they've worked out every which way strategy-wise to win this formatted event. It's pretty different for a lot of the nations. I like that Courtney said that Team USA are drinking from the Cup of Redemption today for those surfers.
The Aloha Cup of Redemption.
The Aloha Cup of Redemption Day.
There's puns everywhere today.
Yeah, but I mean, they have to overcome, teams like this one, Brazil, and it's just like, I find it hard to look past Team Australia without any bias in this booth here.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I mean...
No bias.
No bias? Zero bias?
No, I believe you.
But every single month, this format is practiced in some reiteration of...
Every weekend, right?
Pretty much.
Board riders up and down both coasts.
It's live and breathe board riding battles, and there's a similar World Cup, it's called the Aloha Cup, that was run this year, that they invited over all these other countries to compete against the Australian clubs.
So Australia names an event after an American R&B singer.
Yeah, pretty much.
The Aloha Cup.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. And not after the Aloha singer, but it just gives us a little bit of an indication of where the other countries sit in board rider style surfing. So to have the teams format and then to see them bring this, I guess I'm excited to see what type of strategies they bring, because I've seen pretty much the same stuff over and over again in Australia, but these other countries are going to bring a different perspective to this format.
Here's some facts and figures, some nuts and bolts of what's happening today. Similar swell that we saw yesterday, maybe just a little smaller, but it actually, in my estimation, when you have an Aloha Cup, if the waves are giant, it's breaking super far out, it is kind of a hindrance. So it's kind of fun right now, and it's a little bit of a shore break. These teams can get in and out of the water quick, field all of their team riders. And going back to the team conversation, I mean, you're spot on there with Team Australia. I mean, Sierra Kerr, gold medalist, Lennox, Kiera, Buckpitt, Harley Walters, they've all been going off all week long. And they've got some redemption, that they're going to want to get as well. I mean, Sierra, she's got the hardware. I wonder if she's going to wear her gold medal during the Cup. That would be a flex, Jess.
If I could translate this Portuguese right now, I would be. Strategy-wise, I'd be taking notes.
They're getting rules and regulations from ISA team member, one of our contest directors here, basically saying you need to be in the box. You're going to penalty if you're not in the box in time. Your surfers need to make a clear tag. So no matter how many times these young surfers hear the rules and regulations, I mean, any surfers hear rules and regulations. I mean, we listen to about half of it. Yeah, we got it. And then afterwards, wait, you had to tag?
Yeah.
No, that's why before every heat, they say 20-minute heat, top 2 waves. You got it. You got to keep reiterating it. 46 nations competing, 8 of them competing right now in the Aloha Cup. Pretty amazing to see 365 athletes. For me, the most interesting and probably emotional days are the first 3 days of ISA competition for the World Surfing Games, for the World Juniors, because that's where you see a representative from each and every nation in the draw still. And we want to know where you're watching from. Jess and I are watching from right here in Macumba. Where are you watching? Hit us up on the gram, ISAsurfing. Use that hashtag, ISA Juniors. Who are you cheering for? I mean, that's a way to manifest something for someone else if you put that out on your social media.
For sure, and everyone's seen it as well, and then people start talking about it. Did you see all those messages on so-and-so's page or Talia Swindle's page or whatever, and it creates that little snowball for them.
And when these young surfers tag us, in their videos when we're talking about them on the internet. It gets us stoked.
It does.
You're going to give them a repost, right?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, 100%. It's a good vibe. You know, it's a pretty special spot to be sitting in watching these young athletes experience the championship. So it's a very, very privileged position to watch it all go down.
And I want to agree with what Jess and Barton were saying earlier today. I think it's great to kind of finish with the Aloha Cup, because yesterday, I mean, the tension, the spirit, the joy, the agony, it was almost overwhelming throughout the afternoon. So today, yes, highly competitive, but very fun. I mean, this right here is just pure entertainment. You know, the stakes are a little bit different in the Aloha Cup. This could be either the icing on the cake or just a bit of redemption for your team.
Yeah, it's a nice little finishing point, as you said, like BL said, to take home a little medal and to get that team kind of cheering. The rest of the federations or the associations would be in the back end watching this as well at the end of the competition, assessing and reanalyzing everybody's heats. Look, they're going really, really detailed into those rules and formatting, and just showing the Japanese team there, if they step outside that box, there will be a penalty. And I tell you what, something interesting is the other teams will be watching each other to try and pinpoint a penalty moment. I haven't seen it yet, but I guarantee those managers and coaches will be watching the rest of the athletes in the other teams, and they'll be like, hey, yeah, I see that toe now. Yeah.
They're going to narc on the other teams?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think that's a big part of team surfing is keeping everybody else in line. You're trying to find a little edge the whole time. But it's like in the spirit of it. It's what makes it fun, and it's what makes it competitive, and you want to walk away with the win no matter what.
In the spirit of team competition, if anybody who's ever done, you know, any kind of board rider or team event in your zone, you know it's a different type of pressure. So your 2023 ISA event schedule has been epic. We've been all of them, same crew, and it's like a traveling family around the world. El Salvador was a host to a couple different events, the World Surfing Games as well as the Longboard Championships. I got to get out to one of these ISA SUP and paddleboard championships. They look like a great time, high-level competition there, and everybody's favorite event, one of the greatest events on the planet, the ISA World Parasurfing Championships went down, Huntington Beach, California. Here we are now at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, putting a bow on it. 8 days of competition, every day providing an incredible show for all of us. Around the corner, we're going to Puerto Rico. The World Surfing Games is going to that beautiful country. And then, of course, all eyes, Paris 2024, the Olympics is right around the corner. Duke's dream fulfilled in Tokyo. And the world took note, and I can guarantee you that a lot of people will be watching surfing this year. And I think a few of the athletes that we have on hand here today will be competing. They have qualified. And as we go to Puerto Rico, just a few more spots of qualification available left after that.
Look at Team Brazil too right now, just going through so stringently every single little detail of competition in this format. I love seeing this insight into how seriously they're taking it. I mean, pretty much, like you said, you went over the first few rules, penalties for leaving the box, not proper contact or improper contact and tag, taking the jersey off. What were the other rules that they had on? Of course, interference. There's no priority in tag team format.
Can you trip the surfer that's running out in front of you?
No, but for sure, you could probably heckle a little bit from your area in the box.
Yeah.
Heckling is well and truly it's not outlined in the rule book. So I mean, hey, don't trip over that leg rope.
Well, maybe we'll get Mitch to listen into some of the heckling that will no doubt go down. So with our teams getting the rules right now, board riders events are now starting to get a lot more popular in the USA. And I want to thank Australia for starting that. And the last board rider event that I was in, for my whole town of Encinitas. You know what I gave my town? I gave my town a 3-point ride, and that's it. And that whole week after was a little bit hard. There's some different looks in the parking lot, like, oh, there's the guy that gave us a 3.
Yeah.
So, again, even in fun events like this, there's pressure. I mean, you're still representing your nation right now.
Yeah.
You're still representing those other 3 surfers you have in the box and the coaches, and it's fun. But with that fun can come a little bit of pressure.
Responsibility.
We're here for that.
Yep. Also, universal scale across the judging panel. So I know there's some different types of formats that can be run where you have to select a surfer from each different division and they get scaled to their appropriate division, and there's like little loopholes in those formats and judging scales. But for this one, straight across the board.
I thought you were saying that the universe is providing the scores to the judges for the. In a way, right?
In a way.
In a spiritual way. We'll have to talk to Barton more about that later on.
Yeah, we might.
He is our spiritual leader. Has been all week.
Let's have a look at the name list.
Oh, the names are incredible. And as you look down these teams, I mean, this is all VIP all the way. I'm going to start with Team Australia.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to take that one. Harley Walters, Sierra Kerr, Kiera Buckpitt, and Lennox Smith. That's a solid team right there.
Yeah, and over the last maybe 10 months of surfing, I've watched Sierra actually compete along with her dad in board riders events and tag team formats in Australia. So
unstoppable duo.
Yeah, and he's on the beach too, so he's going to be feeding in. I mean, Harley competes with his brother in the same formats. They all represent very, very proudly their own teams back at home from their regions. So they probably bring a lot of different insight into that one team in itself, because each of their teams are so spread out from up and down the coast, so they have a different way to approach team surfing.
Okay.
So that's the insight I can give you from Australia, at least.
All right. Team USA, we've got Talia Swindoll, Rex Hennings, Mia McClay, and Cole McCaffrey. I can tell you a little bit about a few of these surfers. Cole McCaffrey, he's a powerhouse from Encinitas, California. He has done big things in the Encinitas Board Riders event as well as events around the world. Rex Hennings had a great showing here this week. I mean, another super powerful young surfer. Talia and Mia, I mean, have both proven themselves at every level already at such a young age. So Team USA, I mean, if they can find the hunger within themselves, that's going to be a tough team to beat.
Sip from the cup of redemption, as Courtney said.
The Golden Cup of Redemption. Yeah. That could be actually a good band name, and I have been trying to find some more members. Yeah, write that one down.
I'll write that one down.
Japan, Iko Watanabe, Mirai Ikeda, Enon Matsuoka, and Tenshi Iwami. Team Japan always comes through well prepared, well coached, and ready to rip.
Yeah, and have a look at the conditions out here today as well. There's nothing that says success more to me than these conditions, and a team like Japan's put together for the team format. I mean, try and overtake their performance on that universal scale across their 4 surfers. I don't know that the other teams have that in these smaller waves. So
I think 3 or 4 of these surfers from Chiba as well. And when I kind of look out there, I go, okay, this is like a decent day in Chiba, Japan. All right, and then wrapping up with Team Brazil. Have to be the favorite because they've got your current 18-under gold medalist, Ryan Kainalo, Sofia Goncalves, Guilherme Lemos, the local from right here in Macumba, and Alexa Montero. So star-studded, superpower, Team Brazil. They're flying high after a big day yesterday.
Yeah.
Do you put them in that favorites category, or are we going to leave that open?
Just on their strategy use alone, I put them well and truly into almost that number 1 favorite category for strategy. That's huge. They would have broken down. You saw them how detailed they were going through the rules. They would have broken down what each surfer needs, the time allocated to each surfer, and then maybe plan A and plan B. So if the surfer's used up their time and hasn't hit that maybe average 5-point range, they would have signaling going on with the team to tell them to either make the rotation quick, come in and swap it to the next surfer, or leave them out there and chase something else and change it up to plan B. So I think that they strategically have got an advantage. Japan, conditions-wise and precision surfing, have the advantage if you look at it that way. All positively geared at this point because there's no scores. USA have that redemption, that drive, that patriotism advantage in their back corner, and then Australia have the repetition advantage when it comes to team formats. That's how I see it at the moment.
It's a great call, Jess Grimwood. Thank you so much. So before we start here, things are about to get wild. Let's go down to Mitchell Salazar.
Getting wild is for sure. And I just feel right now, you see Team Brazil right there, Paulo, Karina, all the managers, they're outside of the box. And as of right now, the tension is for real. But as you said, Team Australia, they're the favorites. I like the U.S., Japan, they got their game face on. Brazil, they'll watch out. They got the bad boy, the ISAsurfer, current ISA gold medalist in the U18s. Ryan Kainala, too. It's all going to happen down here. I feel like Dakota Walters starting off, though, might be a good idea, guys. I don't know about you, but I think things are about to get down and dirty here in Macumba.
Nelly said it best. It's getting hot in here. And I can tell you, what you're about to see is unique to the Aloha Cup. 4 nations represented here in semifinal heat number 2. And boom, we're off. Shotgun start for our 4 teams as they separate. 3 teams going to the peak. Down to the south. 1 team member going down. Harley Walters. Pre-claim before getting into the water. That was some slapstick comedy. And just another reason why the Aloha Cup is so exciting.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was a purposeful play right there, just to show the attitude that Australia do surf team surfing in. Generally, that's pretty much the most highlighted manoeuvre when it comes to team formats across the board. Every state that we travel to do the tag team events or the battle style events, you are just waiting on the edge of your seat or on the shoreline for somebody to trip over the leg rope and eat some sand. And the longer that chin plows through the sand on the shoreline, the more times we overplay or replay it on the highlights. So I don't know, maybe a strategy for Harley. Could be.
It's a good day for it.
Big crowd on the beach too.
Good as. 43:55 on the clock. Here's where your first surfer in the water. Let's take a look at a replay of Harley Walters.
Oh, is it the leggy? Oh.
Ooh, if that was purposeful slapstick, that was elite level.
He's an elite level surfer. He won't let that. That'll probably even fire him up even more. The rest of the Australian team would be absolutely in stitches at the moment. Just tears for him in laughter at his performance, but he's good. He's quick to recover.
Team's getting ready.
Ooh. Careful not to burn out those legs too early too. One of the most interesting points is watching their elite level athletes, and then you put a soft sand beach sprint in 35-degree, 99% humidity, and you see them literally go from 6th gear back down, clunk into 2nd, and their legs they're burning all the way up that sand. So it's a real tough slog. It's a whole different type of athleticism and a whole different ask on the body to perform in the time allocation. Couple of minutes, only 3 waves allowed, 2 to be scored, and then a beach sprint.
It's like Team Brazil was not messing around there with the out-of-the-box penalty, literally blocking the team off with the flagpole.
Yeah, it's serious. It's going to cost you. It'll cost you a whole surfer rotation. Here we go.
Team Japan, first at it. Little fins free slash right there.
That was sweet. He just looks so light and he looks so relaxed on his forehand.
Ika Watanabe.
Yeah.
Had a great showing yesterday. Made it all the way to finals day. I believe he was in the quarters or the semis. I mean, the heats towards the end of the day yesterday started to blur in. Every single heat was like a reality show. It was just incredible.
Small wave master.
Love this kid's style too.
Look at the scratch into it as well. He paddles so hard just to generate that speed. He launches, he popped off that on his own without the assistance of the coping there. I feel like he just trying to make some scores, getting that wave in as quickly as possible.
So in this span of 45 minutes, all 4 of your surfers have to catch 2 waves each time.
It's not a lot of time. You want a buffer as well, because you've got to make it back into that area.
You think from, let's just hypothetically speaking here, from the outside, you catch a wave. Let's just take a look at your surfer in blue, Talia Swindoll. from Team USA.
Oh.
Almost gets the combo there, but goes down. So let's say from right there. How long will it take to get from there, the end of the wave, back into the box?
All up, I reckon it'll take you. They fly into it really, really quickly. It's almost like an Ironman or an Ironwoman event. Go flying into that hard sand on the shorey, and then they hit the soft part, and they slow down, and that's the rest of the 15 seconds. They're pushing and plowing through that soft sand like knee-deep snow. So first scores in. Here's the replay for Talia. Could have been a keeper. Little over the top. Gets a bit of speed. Goes to the end section. Would have been right in front of the changeover section, but falls down. So I reckon if they've all been working out the time periods for each of their athletes for sure. So they would have said, you know, to Harley, to Talia, to Iko and to Ryan, you've got, as the first surfer, let's say 8 minutes. 4 minutes per rotation. That gives you the buffer for the 20-second run-up. And then also you have a buffer at the end. If your final surfer happens to be your strongest, they have enough time to go back out there and perform. But not all goes to plan when coming to team surfing.
Well, I had my calculator out when you were talking about that, and I still...
You gotta allow for tax.
Yeah, you just got to get out there, catch 2 waves quick.
Yeah.
And get back to the beach soon as you can. Here we go. This is Iko Watanabe's second scoring wave here. So time management for Japan right now is great.
That's a keeper for sure.
Yeah, so starts off, blows the fins out, gets a second score. Quick look to the beach. They say go out and get one more. So starting with a 4.67 for Iko in Team Japan in the lead. 1.60 for Talia Swindell so far. And I guess there's different ideas as to which surfer you want to put your emphasis on.
He's on the hotline, straight back to Australia.
Call straight to the president. What do we do? What do I tell Sierra? The Prime Minister, sorry.
It's fine.
I'm not sure what either one of those job titles really does, but 38:28 to go. Team Japan in the lead for now with 38 minutes, 22 seconds to go. Jess, have you ever been caught out in the lineup as the fourth surfer with 2 minutes and no waves yet?
In both the Aloha Cup and at normal Australian tag team surfing multiple times. It's a fourth surfer position is a really, really hard position because it's got the most pressure on it, especially because all the teams have already posted some numbers on the board, so the requirements are already set for you. If you got the freedom of being the first or the second surfer, you have the freedom of the blank canvas from the panel. You can put on whatever you put on for you, in your circumstance. A 3, chuck that on the board. There was no pressure. You set the ceiling, set the bar. I guess mediocre for the rest of the team. And then the fourth surfer has a lot of pressure. Here's another little wave for Japan. Oh. That's almost keeper as well in the time sense. So there's what you were saying. There's so many different ways you could look at it. If you look at it in a time sense, are you surfing to your allocated time and whatever you get is whatever you get? It looks like what Japan's doing. Board's throwing.
Chuck the board.
Watch the sprint. And then hits the soft sand here. The legs plowing.
I mean, that shows you, perfect illustration. Team Japan wants it.
Mm-hmm.
And here we go, your second surfer from Team Japan, Mirai Ikeda. An absolute ripper. Fast runner, too. She's probably already outside at the moment. So, Team Australia, Harley Walters. Second ride here. What do? Coach me. You say, come on in.
Yeah, I reckon that's a rotate as well.
He looks like a third, one of those Reese brothers. You know, those guys that make those hilarious viral videos?
Mm-hmm. There she goes. Gold medalist Sierra Kerr as well.
Yeah, so multiple medalists in the draw here in the Aloha Cup. 36:24 to go. I think for Sierra Kerr, you know, see Harley breathing heavy. Job done for the day. Officially on vacation in Rio. Well, you got to cheer for the team for a little bit more, but so Sierra Kerr, I was going to say, you know, for her, she grew up traveling with her dad and her mom, and going to the best places for the best waves. And, obviously her air game is incredible. She trains at surf parks all over the place. She charges giant barrels. I would think sometimes they have to go, look, our dream tour is amazing, but we've got to do some practice in bad waves. They actually have to seek out bad waves, the places that they have been going since Sierra was about 6, Mentawais, Australia. So I think for Sierra, probably living in California helped her small wave game out a lot.
When she goes to the wave pool, do they have a bad wave setting
They
at
don't.
any of them?
Not for Sierra.
Do they have onshore 1 foot summer California
training setting?
Yeah, that could be an idea.
That's just your average day in Encinitas. Training setting.
Look at this. He's been quiet at the start. Oh, he's hunting.
Now, at what point do you start getting worried?
Now you're worried.
10 minutes passed.
You're heavily worried at this point if you're Brazil. You could see the different attitudes. Japan already had the ice pack on the back of Iko's performance, but the Australians feeling, I think, comfortable in this setting, in this environment. Let's have a look, though. Sierra herself, might have almost been almost interference there. But for Sierra, I've seen her surf in pretty much every single national final we've had in Australia for her specific club. There goes a little up and down for Brazil.
I like that, Sierra could have gone many different routes. I mean, she could already be competing heavily on the QS at the World Surfing Games, but I like that she's going through the junior ranks just to get that experience needed. We saw, Katie Simmer's a great example, right? Qualified pretty easily for the championship tour, said, like Taj Burrow said when he was a young teenager, just give me one more year. Let me just be a kid, a junior for one more year, and then we'll go for it. So I think I appreciate Sierra Kerr and, the guidance I'm sure she's received from her friends and family to take it slow. She's still just a young teenager, so plenty of time to take over the world, which she's done already here. She's taken over the junior world, and she's going to be taking over the rest of the world real quick. 33:30 to go, so a quick back-to-back session of waves for Team Brazil. Ryan Kainalo, your reigning ISA junior gold medalist in the 18 and under division. So he surfed 2 waves. One of them, not great. Second one, that was pretty good.
Yeah, and they can get 3 all up. That's the max. Otherwise, they're deducted 5 points. For the Brazilian, though, kind of worth wasting the time at that point. That was the best wave I've seen. I think it was pretty critical, that first turn. So maybe worth losing that extra couple of minutes allotted to the other surfers. Have a look at the replay. That first turn's kind of sick for what it was, the section. Close out. 3 turns to the beach. 1 more chance. 1 more score to come.
I'm going to go ahead and agree with you, Jess. This wave was worth waiting for. 3-turn combo. We haven't seen that yet. And the scores that are in for now, Team Japan, they're sitting on an 8-point heat total, or surfer total, I should say. And right behind them, Team Australia, and good job to Harley Walters. 783 puts them well in contention for the top 2 spots. You need to be first or second to make the final here to go up against Hawaii and Spain. The United States, spot of trouble for now, holding on to a 1-6 and a 2-1-0. And Brazil right now is waiting for what we think is going to be a good score, but their opening ride was just a 1-1-0. And I'm not sure I would be wearing a leash. That's just me. But these surfers are all so good, and the paddle's so short. But
they do have 3
you
waves,
could waste
though.
a minute or 2.
Yeah, it depends on how much they gas from a week of surfing here at Macumba, or maybe even 3 weeks for some of them. They've been here for plenty of prep time in anticipation of the championships. So
I keep thinking that, and then I watch them surf a wave, and I remember they're 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. So it's all gas, no brakes. Took a walk up the boardwalk, checked out the Aloha party last night. Kids were out in force, having a great time. And I didn't stick around long enough. I said, you know what? This is your night, kids. You don't need any grown-ups around here making the vibe weird.
Imagine being under 16, under 18-year-old surfer as well with the rest of your team pretty much some of your best mates that you travel around the world with surfing.
Yeah, give me a time machine and a lot better surfing ability, and I'll come right back to be a teenager here.
You might be able to convert that Encinitas 3 into 3.4.
A lot would have to happen for that. 30 minutes, 47 seconds to go. So 15 minutes nearly gone here. And the good news for these surfers is a lot of them are used to those 15-minute heats all throughout the week here. 7 full days of competition. 6 of those days, we had 15-minute heats all day long. And that is just rapid fire surfing. But great practice for the Aloha Cup.
Great practice. But the Brazilians at the moment, 6.5. They've almost, on that one single turn from Ryan, found themselves into the final. But 30 minutes, he's taken 15 minutes of the whole team's time to get a 6.5. I feel like the general rule or consensus across the board with tag surfing is, hang on, let's see. Talia Swindle. Ooh, I reckon she's going to have to come in on that one.
Yeah, that was her third wave.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, true. She does have to come in or a 5-point penalty. But general consensus across the board with tag surfing, each surfer give themselves 6 to 8 minutes, get the reps in quickly, don't waste time, don't sit out there, and you want to aim for a 5. Across the board, if everybody's on 5s, you're pretty much getting into the final. It's the final that you need the 8s, 7s or 8s. So, look at the slog. Can you feel it burning in your legs there, Chris?
Yeah, I'm going to go do that after this just to see what it feels like. There's the tag for Team USA. It's going to be Rex Hennings, part of the San Clemente Cyclone, heading out into the lineup. This kid is a powerhouse. And Talia Swindell is one of the best young American surfers in the entire country. Went out there and, sometimes you just get into a rough cycle. So she fell on a couple waves. But the good news is here in the Aloha Cup, you've got to wait till the last second to see what happens. There's penalties, there's interference, there's a lot that can go wrong for your teams besides just what you do out in the water.
Yeah, a lot of pressure too. I mean, 28 minutes, 35 seconds. Well, America's on their second rotation. Australia's on their second. Brazil's still got Ryan in the lineup, hunting his third wave of opportunity, but Japan's on their second as well. So
when you're a gold medalist, you get to do what you want.
Mm-hmm.
So Ryan's in that position right now. King of the world. King of the junior world, I should say. 28-12 to go here. Team Japan in the lead with a 12.63 total. Highest single wave score is with Brazil, a 6.5. Now trying to get rid of a 1.10, and time is not their friend. Unless he can make me eat my words right here. He will. Ryan Kainalo. Patience could pay off here. A couple turns on the outside section. Now weaving a serpentine path to the shore break. It's going to be close to his opening wave that was a 6.5.
Yeah. Another keeper. And then do they go to plan B then? Do they go to, okay, let's just turn over second and third surfer as quickly as possible, put fourth surfer out for the longest period, get him in full time up? I don't know. What do you reckon?
We'll see is the safe answer. I would think they would tell their 2 surfers in the middle, go out there if you can bank a couple 3s quickly. That's going to help the team. It's going to be Sofia Goncalves going out in second for Team Brazil. Sitting out the back now for Team USA is Rex Hennings. Mia McLeish will be coming up next. After the tag, of course. Sierra Kerr is right. Usually when she takes off on a wave, that's exactly what everybody in the water thinks. What's about to happen? Nice 2-turn combo there. Here's the athleticism.
How's the rip off of the leggy too before she even finished off on that wave? That's team experience right there, Chris.
She's so rad because when she gets the jersey off and she's on the beach, she's so funny and cool and just chill. Just a great human being. But then you put her in a jersey and you saw it right there. I mean, the look on her face when she's sprinting up the beach. She is a tenacious competitor. So she makes the tag. And this is going to be Kiera Buckpit. There's your junior gold medalist right there, Sierra Kerr, after a job well done. Great wave here.
Sick looking little wave. Doesn't get a lot of opportunity. Oh, that's the... I thought, definitely, I don't think interference. This is the good score, though. Boop. Yeah, nice little pop out of the lip. Rips the leggy off. What I was saying, how many reps she's had in this format. This is the replay, though, for Brazil's Ryan. Gainalo, such a nice looking wave. That, I think we're still waiting for the score, but the first one was 6-5. That's going to be similar. They're going to be well and truly into the lead, but under the pump time-wise.
Yeah, it's kind of a risk to reward in a lot of different ways here in the Aloha Cup. Team Japan now. Quick turn there. Waiting for things to form up. Oh. Nice closeout snap for Mirai Ikeda. And look at that. I mean, she's only been in the water for 3 minutes. 3 or 4 minutes?
Yeah.
I mean...
Yep. Great rotation for them.
So when you've got your third surfer heading out with this much time, you've got to be feeling good. They're in the lead with a 4.67 and a 4.63. We're waiting for scores. Now that's Anand Matsuoka charging out to the lineup. And a well-timed run, and we call those a run and jump.
Mm-hmm.
To skimboarding maneuver.
All right. She's pumped too, huh? Off yesterday?
Heck yes.
What a day for her.
So every team represented by at least one medalist. In the final, you've got multi-medalists from Team Spain, the Odriozola brothers, and Team Japan. Yeah. I love seeing people put effort into what they're doing. You know,
like
passion and effort is, in my mind, just, that's almost even better than how good you are at it. If you're doing something with passion and with effort, you're doing it right.
Yeah, and with the little pinch of lightheartedness on top.
Right.
That makes it...
You got to be having fun.
Yeah, that makes it extra good. When I mean, they're serious, but they have that ability just to have a little bit of humor about them as well. I really enjoy that.
I've heard it a lot in post-heat interviews, talking about how fun this contest is. You know, it's serious. It's the highest level of competition in junior surfing, but these juniors are having fun.
Mm-hmm.
Win or lose. In talking to many of the teams that are still rising, one of my favorite teams, one of the most improved teams, Team Scotland. They've been staying in our hotel, and I've been having some great conversations with those young surfers. So I think they were in 47th place last time they competed. This year, 27th place. That's huge.
Yeah, that's a huge jump.
Congrats, Team Scotland. Very well improved.
Oh, nice paddle in there.
You're not going to be able to paddle battle this young surfer. She is a heck of a competitor. Couple snaps there. It's Anand Matsuoka, gold medal surfer for the 18 and under division, Team Japan.
Wasn't a winning speech good with Mitch yesterday too? I loved seeing the hype and him feeding off her energy and vice versa, and it was just such a nice moment for the Japanese surfer and for Asian surfing. Mitch was talking about that as well. They're on the rise as a region. They had the first Asian surfing games this year.
In the Maldives.
Wow.
Oh, hey. USA goes vertical. That's Rex Hennings. And on one of the bigger waves of the morning, Team Australia hyped right now because Kira Buckpit is going off. Big turn out the back. Yeah, get up. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Did I say it right?
Yeah, you said it
Sort
perfectly.
of.
Yeah, it's fine. This is a great looking wave. Definitely the biggest wave we've seen this morning. Snap. Real clicky little pocket turns, just making everything look a little bit more flary out there this morning. Not much speed on offer too, so to get that biggest wave of the day so far. And then what in rotation scheme, Sierra's had hers. Harley's had his, so 16 minutes in. They're kind of on point for that wave. Time-wise. Are you working out the numbers in your head? Is that what I see, the concentration on your face?
No, I was trying to think of a good ACD reference to bring to the party, and I think I got one for Team Australia. That wave, you saw the big snaps out there. So knowing that this is the semifinals, they got to think, it's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. So they do have to conserve just a little bit of energy while still leaving as much out in the water as possible.
Mm-hmm.
AC/DC's from Australia. That's why I was saying it.
Got
it's
it,
a rock and roll band. They're pretty popular.
And we're in the semis.
20:48 to go here in semifinal heat number 2. Team Hawaii and Team Spain await who they will be competing against in our grand finals here for the Aloha Cup. And then following the Aloha Cup, our official award ceremony, which is going to be a glorious moment of sport. Emotional, no doubt. And we know what all of these teams have gone through just to get here. And then you've got that, in some cases, 2 weeks here on the beach practicing and then competing, and the vibrancy and the energy around us is just, it's all happening. So it's going to be a nice, emotional yet relaxing and beautiful celebration of the surfing we've seen this week.
That last score to come in still for Sierra Kerr. Last one for Anon was at 263, so she got 3-4 and a 263. They've got the timing on. You can see with the wave count as well. If you're following on, Australia also have the similar, I think they're up to the same amount of rotation. So they're kind of on point for timing. Sitting in that first and second spot. There you go, score in for Sierra. It's about to drop.
And we think, well, we know.
We know.
The viewers don't know yet. Team, I think some of them know.
Oh, maybe
Couldn't
they
really
don't
tell
know.
the reaction there.
Maybe it's yet to be updated. Oh, there it is. It's updated.
Boom, just like that. 717-483. New scores added to Team Australia and a new leader, Sierra Kerr, reigning gold medalist. Doing Team Australia, the Irukandjis proud, posting a large number. And out in the water, Kira Buckpit still has 18:44 to go. One score. Kira has come through. Or has it? Kiera got... Oh, I take it back. Kiera did the team a solid, dropping that 717. I would say the meat of that score coming from the big snap on the outside. Total control the whole way through. So while Sierra did help the team, Kiara right now is really pumping up the Irukandjis.
It's easy to get lost in the 45 minutes. You can see
There's a lot to unpack here already.
Well, I mean, a couple of the surfers got lost in it too. They're so focused on it, and they've been floundering around waiting for a wave. They've just got to get a chance, get a number on the board for the team and get themselves in. Here goes Japan's Anon. Oh, nice one. A little slash.
17:45.
Yeah, come in, turn it over.
Yeah, so she had two waves there. And they were both decent.
Yeah.
I think she had a 2.43. That's going to be a 3.33. So nice work from Ahsoka. Here we go. Team USA. Mia McLeish. Fast surfing right there.
I think that's a really, really good strategy, sending out Tenshi as well. I mean, masterclass and clinic on small wave surfing is him. Look at the speed.
You're kidding me. Warp zone right there.
He's on 17 minutes. He's got a lot of time to find himself something. Japan's just put themselves back in the lead as well with last of Anon Matsuoka's. Great performance, puffing. One of the best parts about the run, catching the athletes as they're in their most vulnerable moments. Just
right there.
Panting, yep. Expelled all their energy for the team. Sometimes a more pressurized situation with the team formats having to surf for them. They're debriefing. I think she's done well. Great time management for her.
So 16:26 to go here. Team Japan has fielded their fourth and final surfer. They're in the lead. Straight out there, getting tactical.
I like it. Get the job done and get it done quickly. If there's time on the clock when they're in, they've just got to wait and watch the rest of the performance then. But with the consistency of their scores, they're sitting around the 3-4 point range. If all of the surfers lock that in, I'm going to say they're into the final, because United States and Brazil have burnt up huge amounts of time, but had either ones or, for Brazil, a 6 or a 7. So it's what you were saying, the risk and reward. What do you sacrifice out there?
Well, right now, I mean, we're watching Team Japan, Tenchi Iwami, and he's kind of playing double duty, right? Some tactics, looking for waves. We saw Team Brazil there represented by their fourth. That's Alexa Montero, third surfer. Yerme Lemos, she's going to go last, the local from right here in Macumba. This is a nice turn.
Yeah, great turn. Heaps of speed. Definitely needs to come in at this point, though.
Yeah, maybe would have wanted to go straight towards the beach after.
Oh, this is the replay of Kira Buckpitt's 717. So the best wave so far. 3 turns. You can see why those first 2 turns are pretty tight. There's the tag. Look at them pause, hesitate for that tiny little second, make sure they've made...
Get out of the way, guy. This is the Aloha Cup. You got to have your head on a swivel if you're on the sand.
Yeah, true. Look at the crowd, too. You can just see it in the corner of that drone shot.
It is popping. Praia de Macumba, a beautiful beach here in Rio de Janeiro. Right along the line of some of the most famous beaches in the world, Ipanema, Copacabana. The list keeps going. Thousands of miles of beautiful coastline from here on out, both to the north and south.
I kind of think this young man here, Lemos, might be made for this format as well. I've never seen him in a team surfing environment, so the Aloha Cup might really play into his strengths. He's explosive. He is popping. Definitely here on this beach break, but here goes Mia.
Mia McLeish on her backhand. Nice little snap there. Could have one more little foam bounce for us, and she's going to have to rip that leash off and get in. They're probably yelling at her, throw your board. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, definitely ditch the board.
It's her magic board, though. She doesn't want to risk. She knows she's got a hammer coming up next. Cole McCaffrey, powerhouse surfer out of Encinitas, California for Team USA. They need Cole to get out there and get to work. A 7.48. So the requirement before that last wave from McLeish. 13 minutes, 18 seconds ago. That's a good amount of time. And if you look at the numbers now, if there are penalties, Team Japan comes in late, for example, and gets 5 points taken away. I mean, things are going to get much, much closer at the very end. And I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt seeing potential penalties incurred because this format is just so wild and exciting.
I want to see what Gilliam has got on this first exchange. I just have this feeling. I can't help but be drawn to watch him every time he goes into the surf, regardless of where we are or where we've been positioned for the contest the whole week. If he's surfing, I've been scooting myself somewhere to be front and center and just soak up his preheat, his post-heat performance as well has been notably different to me around the boardwalk. Obviously a local boy, but the poise that he's been bringing in, I really thought he must have been listening to music to get himself that energetic and that hyped for his performances, but I asked him a few times and he just said, nah, silence.
Here's our semifinal one wound up. Team Spain, Team Hawaii making it to the finals. And here we go, Guillermo Lemos. Macumba local. Couple turns there. Plenty of time left. That's the fourth surfer fielded. Or excuse me, Team Brazil. Hold on a second. Guillermo Lemos is the third surfer. So they're in a bit of a time crunch. They're not safe.
Oh, yeah, time management.
And also wave management, right? You only get 3 waves, regardless of how much time you have left.
Right. So this is going to count for Team USA on his rotations. Nice little first click, but...
You know what we call that in the States? A widget.
A widget?
A widget.
Oh.
Just a little tap turn is a widget. made famous by the Felipe brothers. Lot trolls, some of the OGest. 11 minutes to go here. Team Japan's got to be feeling good about what's happening right now. Until Team Australia does that. Kira Buckpitt. So far, she's the MVP for Team Australia. 7:17, the high mark of the Aloha Cup so far.
Yeah. She knows the sprint pretty well too. She just competed in one of the regional state qualifiers for her own home board riders club. They'd be watching on too. She knows the rotation. There's Lenny Smith. Same thing. They literally just came off the back of a full team formatted series in Australia. So they've had to surf round after round.
This will be fun to watch because now Team Australia has their 4th surfer in the lineup, Lennox Smith, with 10:15 to go. Cole McCaffrey has found a little wedge to work with. So bigger surfer, but really light on his feet when he needs to be. And powerful when he needs to be as well. Big snap there.
Oh, there's the last few waves of Brazil dropping in too. Just sent into the system. There's still one coming as well for Gilliam, so they might be back in. Like you said, penalties arise. Knockout Australia or knockout Japan. They could be back into it. USA at the moment, though, they're trailing.
9.5 left. Team USA basically has one more wave.
One chance.
But their 4th surfer's in the water. Now they have some time to work with.
He's got 9 minutes to find himself a 5.5 and get them back in. Oh, no, wait, they've gone into 3rd. 0.34 now, so if he falls off even, Brazil doesn't get any more waves or they get a penalty. 9 minutes times out. Could be okay.
Guillermo Lemos now coming through the inside. Nicely done there. Good redirect. 8:45 to go. So Team Brazil, they need to get their 4th surfer out there.
They got time.
Alexa Montero, you think?
Yeah, they got time.
Final wave for Team USA. McCaffrey, one turn.
Oh,
That's a nice slash there for Cole McCaffrey.
That's it.
He's going to just cruise back to the box. No chance at a 5-point team deduction for Team USA. All 4 surfers, they've done their job. Now there's 8 minutes to go. 3 surfers left in the lineup.
Some of the craziest rotations I've seen happen in these formats in the Aloha Cup style surfing is getting down to that 1.5 minutes. Look, the peanut gallery golf clap for Cole McCaffrey. I think that was a really good wave. I think it's going to be their best one. But
I think so too.
In the last minutes, somehow they have to send out that 4th sacrificial surfer sometimes if the teams are burnt through the time, and they make the rotation, get a wave under their belt or 2, and make it back into the changeover box in like 90 seconds. It's crazy. The level of intensity starts off really intense, kind of goes into this drawn out period in the middle, and it ends on a real big high, this team surfing.
Team Australia now represented well by this power surfer that goes down on the inside section. One good turn out the back though. Now we see Lemos. Bigger wave. He belts it on the outside. He's hoping for a bit of a reform, but either way he's going to maximize the push of that wave and get himself to the beach. Your current leaders, Team Japan. Nice snap there. It's Tenchi Iwami.
Oh.
2-turn power combo for Team Japan. They're in the lead. That's their 4th and final surfer. So they still have time if they want to maybe get one more wave. And there is your final surfer from Team Brazil, Alexa Monteiro, with 6 minutes, 30 seconds to go. She's got to go out there and get involved early.
Pretty clinical from Lemos too. He just went straight to the bread and butter surfing out there, back-to-back backhand wraps and widgets in between.
Yes.
Oh, look at this set. This could be it for Lenny. Team Australia's final surfer. Cole's already in for USA. Tenchi's paddled back out the back. He's got another wave. He's having a look. And Alexo Montero might be just about into the lineup for this set.
Look at that.
Oh,
Tactical moment for Team Japan. And I don't know. That was pretty sus. And you can see that Team Australia's Lennox Smith is protesting right now. And I think he's got reason to. That was a pretty blatant, straight across paddle.
Back on the phone to the Prime Minister, Clancy Dawson. Yeah, look at this. Full block. Full. Oh.
I don't know.
Just like that.
It's rare to see a Japanese surfer make a mistake like that. If it is a penalty, which.
Let's see.
Thankfully, I'm not a judge. But I just feel like he was right in the way at the worst time possible.
Yeah, I think he was focused on that wave, and he was just looking to where he wanted to position himself to maybe get the little chip in on the corner. And Lenny just put the motor on. He wanted to get into it as well. So I think you called it at about the 9-minute mark. You said it's all well and good to look at the scoreboard right now. They're all on really nice 20-plus totals, but I can hear an announcement really loudly over the beach. But if something like that happens, it's all up in the air.
And check this out. So Team USA, they're currently in third place. The last score was a good one for McCaffrey, a 5.77. His previous wave was just 2.80. So if that penalty is incurred, the math tells us that Team Japan could drop down to 20.26 points just we don't know what the next score is going to be, obviously, but a full 5-point deduction is pretty heavy when it's this tight from first to fourth.
You've pretty much just gone back to 3 surfer roster. You've lost a whole surfer for the 45 minutes. So that's going to be a huge mistake if they're penalised for that.
Ooh, and speaking of huge, look at this wave. One of the bigger sets we've seen of the morning. So a 2-turn combo there for Brazil. Alexa Montero. And here's your surfer representing Team Japan.
Oh,
huge snap there. Another good section. So nicely done there for Tenchi Iwami. But again, we've got to wait and see what happens. Was that a penalty? As now you see Australia. Lennox Smith, he's got a good section to work with on the inside. Powerhouse surfer representing that strong Australian contingent. Comes Iwami with plenty of time left.
Great last wave from him. Like we said, clinical in small conditions. They're still celebrating, though.
They're not looking too worried about a possible interference call. So here we go. Brazil. Monteiro.
Oh, nice.
Quick snap there. Look at the watch. 2:42 to go. She may have ridden her 3 waves.
Australia's got one to drop as well. So score to come for Japan. Australia, that last one for Alexa, and Lenny might have another one too.
So if everybody comes in, do we stop the clock or we need to let it run out just to know?
Well, it's like respectful to the format, unless the official contest director goes, let's stop it. Everyone's in. There's no chance of anything. I think generally at home, if everybody's completed their rotations, everybody's there, they're all standing there waiting, and sometimes there's like 5 minutes left.
And here's where discipline comes into play, right? If you take the jersey off, if you step out of the box. And the score comes through for Brazil. 2.90 and 2.10. That's enough to get them into second place for now.
It's momentary, I think.
Yeah, Australia's dropped to third, but I feel like that last score for Lennox Smith is going to be a doozy. Nothing that Team USA can do for now. They just need to hope that somebody takes a jersey off, somebody steps over the line, literally.
Look, I feel like Polo's telling them there, just stay in.
And look, it happened. for Team Brazil. They jump into second place.
Whoa, Japan's just posted
A 9-point ride for Team Japan. So maybe a 5-point deduction won't do anything for Team Japan, as Tenchi Iwami went and destroyed his last wave. Highest single wave score of the Aloha Cup so far.
Wow, clinician.
And we're still waiting for a score for Team Australia. Says they need a .43. And Lennox surfed that wave with a lot of power. A lot of head shaking going on. The mullets are flying around.
Yeah. You don't want to get those mullets flicking around this early on. It's semis. They've still got to find that spot in the final. They're waiting. They've got a score to drop. That last wave for Lennox was really nice backhand surfing. So Brazil are nervous. There you go. Drops in. 8-point ride.
Boom. Straight to the top. Up the Irakanjis. You know they bring the sting, Jess.
They do. I'm still interested to see that, the last exchange. I mean, we don't have any type of penalty across the board for Japan yet officially. Brazil are waiting for it as well. They're just waiting to hear. That's why they're not celebrating yet. Neither is Japan. That interaction between Tenchi and Lennox, between the 8s and the 9s, was huge.
And now the teams can chill. Time is up. And as usual, in these high-level competitions, you've got to wait till all the dust settles. I mean, either way, if they get a penalty or not, Team Japan just went out there and put up some big numbers.
I love when you get the audio from inside the pit. I love it. You really get a feel for what these teams are about. What's going on here? Photo shoot across the shoreline.
Just some love and camaraderie on the beach. Some highlights from semi-final number 2 here in the 2023 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship Aloha Cup. Fun and exciting and totally relevant part of this event, as this right here could be the feather in your cap. Maybe you already won in team gold or individual gold for your team. Adding this to your resume is huge, because you take this back to your sporting commission at home and you say, look what we've done.
Yeah.
Let's double support. Let's fly private next time we go to competition.
They need the room for the medals.
Yeah. You need that overhead
Yeah.
bin space for trophies and medals when you're at this level.
Also, imagine this format in the Olympics. Imagine going to the Olympics and doing Aloha Cup. I'd like to see that.
All right, as we wrap up our heat recap, let's go down to the sand. Mitchell Salazar is standing by with an absolute hammer.
That's right, a hammer is true. 8 points right at the end there, Mr. Smith, and obviously a big contribution to your team overall, but it got dicey right there towards the end. What was it like competing in this format with just 45 minutes?
Yeah, it's crazy. So much going on, but yeah, pretty happy with that last one. And there was heaps going on for sure. It was like a couple interferences, but yeah, pretty happy to get through that one into the finals now. It's good.
I'd have to say you're the MVP out of this semifinal, but Kira Buckpick came up huge too. But how was that fall by Mr. Walters paddling out at the beginning of the heat too?
Yeah, it's always good to see Harley have a big fall. It's good for him just to knock his ego down a bit. But yeah, sick for Kira as well. She did really good. I think, yeah, we all contributed and did our part, so yeah, it was good fun.
Okay, let's take the seriousness out of it for a little. Who has the better haircut right now, myself or you?
Probably myself, mate. I could give you a good touch up if you want. Yeah.
We'll do it later.
Yeah, sounds good.
Congratulations, best of luck in the final.
Yeah, thanks heaps. Cheers.
When I first met Harley, I thought he was a member of the Chats.
Yeah.
I thought he was a bass player or the drummer. Couldn't quite place it, but Mitch, you're not going to beat an Australian mullet. None of us can.
Not
it
in the
is
Aloha
the most
Cup.
glorious haircut there is on the planet. We're going to take one quick break here, and then we're going to kick off our finals for the Aloha Cup. Do not go anywhere. You're watching the 2023 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, the finals of the Aloha Cup coming up next.
Surfing competition, friendship.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, the guy like talking, when I asked him for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, I was a good student. I was kind of the intellectual brother. My brother was much better than me. By 10 he was playing soccer, rugby, tennis, everything. I wanted to be good at other things, so I focused on other things. I was collecting stamps. Which 10-year-old collects stamps? I don't know. Many times I drifted away from the ocean. My brother will be the one that will reel me back into the ocean. In many ways, surfing saved my life and allowed me to stay active. I think that as terrible as it was to feel insecure and to be shy, at one point I realized that it was just too painful to be like that, so I wanted to change. So instead of being shy, kind of maybe the pendulum swung too far the other way. But I needed to do something about it.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Lined up on the shoreline is a collective hug for the ocean. Shannon Hughes alongside Jess Grimwood here to talk you through the action that's going to be coming up for the Aloha Cup Final. But a great moment of joining hands in support of saving the seas. We had a great crew down there participating in a beach cleanup, Jess. And now just grabbing hands for a moment.
Well, a better world through surfing, isn't it? That's the whole mantra of what we're doing here today. That's what we've been doing here all week, and that's what a lot of these young athletes dedicate their whole lives around. Teams, national teams coming behind them as well, just to support their efforts. Everyone in unison, all these different cultures, all these different humans come together to celebrate surfing, celebrate being here in Brazil today, and celebrate team surfing too. I mean, the Aloha Cup is the perfect way. Little cherry on top for the week of championship.
Yeah, what a great way of just camaraderie, of, like you said, a better world through surfing.
Get
Team
those arms
members
up
down
there.
Taking a moment before the final will kick off. Giving that hug to a place that we love very, very much as surfers. The ocean. Lots of smiles down on the shoreline. As we've got our final teams decided as well. There's the Japanese team that just finished out. We'll have Hawaii, Spain, Australia, and Japan competing for the final. Team USA down there participating in the moment.
Oh, good idea. The Mexican wave motion going through the crowd too. Plenty of energy still. Look at all the people behind them. Look at the crowd. It's pumping here today at Macumba.
It's the weekend again. It's
Oh.
Saturday morning.
Local
Good.
vendors too.
Bit of advertising.
Yeah, good for them. I mean, they've been supplying us with the energy and the refreshments all week. I've been running outside of the booth every chance, or running from that post seat every chance I get, and filling up on something cold and refreshing. So, bit of acai. Ooh,
Rising Tides jersey down there, showing
Oh.
the development of girls' sport around the world.
Look at all the locals that jumped into. Love the froth from Japan.
So cool. There's a lot of people that have joined together for this.
Mm.
Can just kind of like play in our minds the Fernando Aguirre song, Better World Through Surfing.
I'm surprised it's not pumping across the beach announcements.
It could be. We just can't hear it from where we're sitting.
It's so appropriate for this moment. Look at all the different, imagine all the different life experiences that come together from all these different people that have all joined hands. They're all in support of surfing. They're all in support of looking after the ocean, the environment, sharing the love. Global sport. Big community. There's Team Australia. Keeping an eye on Miller Brown. She'll be supporting them. Strategy's been well and truly penned out from that last semi-final.
Taking a look at that semi-final, Jess, and some of the strategy that went down. Of course, the Australian contingency specifically has a whole lot of experience competing in the tag team format. Shannon Hughes here alongside Jess Grimwood. We will be calling the action for the Aloha Cup Final. It'll be very exciting to see get underway shortly. But Team Australia is no doubt going to be the team with the most experience coming into a format like this. Could you see that experience specifically playing out in their semi-final?
Yeah, I mean, I said it to Chris. We've just come off the back in Australia of this huge, big series from all these different competitions. Surfing Australia ran a 8 or 9 part series of board rider format competition. There was some privately run team events. There was like the Usher Cup, I think it was called. There's the Kira Teams event. There's the Stratty Assault. It's literally every other weekend that there's a huge event format like this, like the Aloha Cup. So they get the practice. And then off the back of that, they've got their own board riders club, which we know across the world, it's huge. It's you live and breathe board riders. I mean, I brought my board riders t-shirt over here from my hometown.
You're wearing it this morning at breakfast.
Yeah, I was wearing it at breakfast. You live and breathe it, and it's the development that goes into your board riders. You all become a very big part of your suburb. There's obviously a big pathway through that. And yeah, they've got the experience, but you put the other teams against them. I said it in the first semi-final. Each team has this specific thing that's going to come into an advantage play for them in the Aloha Cup format. So if they're really, really efficient at managing time, if they're really, really good in these conditions, or if they've got that standout performance, it's not often that you get a team get all three of those things, plus have the comfort in this format. So let's see. It's still Mother Nature. It's still the ocean. It's still going to be up for any 4 of those teams to take home, but they've got a medal regardless. You definitely want to be taking home the gold though. And you can see the attitude with the Australians. Like you saw Lennox Smith just really, really showing the vibe of how they feel about each other in this format. It changes a lot from individual competition when it comes into the Aloha Cup.
It's going to be a well-fought battle for the final. We're going to have Hawaii, Spain, Australia, and Japan going for that coveted Aloha Cup gold. We're going to go to a short commercial break now. We are on a brief hold as the final is getting set. So more action to come. Jess and I will be here waiting.
I spent 22 years thinking about this. I'm arriving in Tokyo, turn my phone on, look, and it's like the waves are gonna be great on the first day, then better, and then best. So I said, somebody's looking at us. Somebody wants us to be successful.
As Olimpíadas, claro que me tornou pouco mais forte. Não maior que ninguém, mas me deu pouco mais de vontade de continuar buscando evoluir, de continuar no mesmo nível, crescendo e inspirando pessoas ao redor do mundo.
I went to the Olympics with this bigger sense of pride and purpose. It felt just really special to win the gold medal in surfing for the first time and bring it back home to Hawaii. I've never been more proud to be Hawaiian than I am in this moment.
And in many ways, we gave a surfing hug to the Olympic moment.
different thing. We're going to Chopu. It's like we all went, oh my God, what an amazing idea.
Chopu is one of the most incredible waves, probably a wonder of the world.
And it's just sort of like a whole nother world out there. It's godlike, it's quiet, serene, beautiful. Then you have this glorious wave that comes off a reef, and it's so powerful and so beautiful.
I think Chopu has the opportunity to capture the imagination visually for what people think surfing is.
The wave at Teahupo is super scary and beautiful at the same time.
I have to give them a lot of props for the courage of making a commitment to Tahiti.
I think it'll be a really exciting way to showcase all the athletes and their talent.
I think it's going to be very good.
Welcome back to the action here for the Aloha Cup day of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. I took a swim out there this morning around that rock. Beautiful way to start out. Nice cool entrance into the ocean before the sun started getting too hot. Get ready for a big day of fun coupled with extreme competition, Jess, as the Aloha Cup Finals are about to get underway.
Yeah, extreme athleticism as well has to be on point here for this format. There's a beach sprint involved. There's a high intensity paddle that goes on in between the rotations. There's attention to detail with the penalties. There's every part of your surfing has to come into play along with your Aloha spirit.
All of that having to really wrap together, keeping that mental focus as well. You know how easy it is finishing out your heat. You're walking up to the beach marshal. You take that jersey off quickly, hand it over because you know someone else is going to have to grab it before you go debrief with your team possibly. This event, you walk into that box and you take your jersey off, penalty, 5 points off the board. So many different things to kind of keep in mind for these surfers when it comes to not incurring any of those little marks while also wanting to surf their best, manage their time well. This is like the multitaskers. This is a skill set that really can fine-tune that multitasking within a young competitor. As we can see, the team's just getting set here. We're not quite ready to get underway. The plan was for about a 20-minute hold in between the second semifinal and the kickoff for our finals. And there you can see why it is a Saturday here in Rio de Janeiro in Macumba Beach, and the shoreline is packed. Everybody wants to be in the ocean today.
Yeah, they were ready for the weekend from the get-go, weren't they? First bit of light this morning, those umbrellas and beach vendors up and running. There's the detail being communicated from ISA staff straight across to each of the teams before they kick off the final, letting them know all the ins and outs of the format. It's a very specific, very unique format to the Aloha Cup, so making sure that across those 4 different cultures and almost 4 different languages. What is it? 3 different languages all up, but there's a big difference between the United States and Australia, how we speak sometimes. So maybe you could say 3.5 languages.
There we go. I like that. Add in that 0.5.
Yeah, you got to make sure each of the details is translated and communicated properly to give everybody the right amount of chance.
Well, the finals are about to get underway, and we have a very special sideline reporter in Mitchell Salazar who has been down there in the mix. Mitch, is that intensity feeling as tight as it was in that first semifinal?
Once again, calling all the teams for the check-in.
We'll get back to Mitch in just a moment. As we can see the teams just getting set there. Team Hawaii is going to be wearing that white jersey, Jess. Team Australia in the green. We'll have Japan in the blue and Spain in the red. Team white getting that cheer and getting that support down. Well, let's try Mitchell Salazar once again. Mitch, what's happening down on the beach?
Well, it is getting dicey, as you were mentioning. The previous semifinal, right there at the end, there was an interference call. Luckily for Japan, they still were able to advance. A 9-point ride for them. Lennox Smith dropped an 8.0 for Team Australia. Kara Buckpitt was great in that semi. But when it comes to a team format, everybody wants to win today. And especially given the results yesterday, Team USA finishing with the silver medal. But overall, Brazil winning their first overall team medal in 23 years. Can you believe that? I mean, just given the amount of gold medals that they've had on an individual level as a team format right now in the Aloha Cup, Hawaii, Japan, Spain with an opportunity to win another Aloha Cup, and of course, the powerhouse team Australia. It's going to be fun. And I want to talk about conditions real quick too. There's been a peak that's been opening up right in front of where the teams are standing. So I wouldn't be surprised that that's an option, especially for those people who want to get a 2 or 3 on the board real quick. And then obviously right in front of the main podium too. It's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to it. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Today is where we decide potentially a new Aloha Cup champion.
Very exciting stuff. Thank you so much, Mitch. Great insights from, the kind of the strengths of each team coming into this final, but also a new peak starting to develop, Jess. In those first few heats, or those first 2 heats of the morning, we saw surfers paddling straight out in front, but having to actually surf way down the south end of the bank, which meant a really long run up the sand. Now we could see that shortened and utilized if teams want to take advantage of their time.
Yeah, and hopefully for Mr. Walters there, he's got that trip and fall out of the way nice and early, and he's looking for a clean entry into his first rotation here for Team Australia. So it's always nerve-wracking starting in the box and in the team huddle just before the kickoff of a tag team surf, and you've got to sprint out. You've got the leg rope for a lot of these athletes today that comes into play, and it's really nerve-wracking. Most of the top-level pros that compete that I've experienced across this format of surfing say it's harder to compete for their team, more pressure on their shoulders than it is for their individual performance, because if they go out there and they, blow the chance, it's the whole team that suffers. It's not just them. I mean, that's kind of, I guess, similar across the board for the ISA world in any division of the games, but more so here for the Aloha Cup. It's really about team spirit.
A little debrief going down for Team Hawaii. Everyone looking like they're sitting in the principal's office getting ready to be called in to give an account for their actions. In this case, their actions will be the performance they put together in the first semifinal, now the performance that they want to put together heading into that gold medal conversation.
Great recovery for Japan too. I love hearing the pit sound. Sometimes you can pick up a few little points and last-minute strategical changes in the team. You can hear them say, no. Actually, on third rotation, why don't you scoot down straight out front? We're only going to look for a 3 there or a 4. We want to give fourth surfer more time, or vice versa. Here we go. Look at them. They're lining up.
All getting lined up. We do have the same lineups for every single team. Same roster and order that they started their first semifinal with, or their semis. They're going to be competing in the same roster order as we've got everyone kind of on their marks, toes on the line, and getting ready to kick off our finals, Jess.
Out of the gate, straight away, sprinting in the blue, changing direction too. See the angle they came flying down into the shorey, and then look at the intensity. I mean, for Harley, he's kind of cruising on the other side of the peak, but the other 3 surfers from Japan, Spain, and Hawaii, super intense right now. Japanese surfer flying.
Running so fast. Super strong sprint. We are into the Aloha Cup Final. Spain, Japan, Australia, and Hawaii looking to get themselves a gold medal here today. Back up some great results, be able to take that home to their support cruise to their nation. And now the waiting begins for the surfers sitting in the box. Team Hawaii there in the white jerseys.
You can see the difference straight away, right? You've seen these guys surf across the whole week of events, and every post-heat interview, they're practiced, they're professional young athletes, they're analysing their performance directly in front of the camera, and then we switch into Aloha Cup style, and you get to see their individual personalities shine a bit more. and their relaxed nature, the overall team feelings. You saw them fly out the gates, and they're flowing all the way straight out into no ocean action.
Into an absolute flat and quiet ocean.
Yeah, for
Very
now.
exciting start to the 45 minutes on the clock. It's going to be 45 minutes. Every surfer is allowed to catch 3 waves. Only their top 2 waves will be counting. They can opt to come in after their second wave if they are happy with, that performance. But if they would like to have the potential to improve on their first or second score, they can stay in the lineup, catch that third wave, and their top 2 scores will be counting. There's no need for them to claim which wave they want to be counting or anything like that, like we've seen in other formats. As we got our Japanese surfer up and riding on his forehand now. Great opening, snapped, disappears behind the shade, but he reappears, so we know we got that second turn, finds the third, gives the claim as well, and now green up and riding for Harley on his backhand, getting so much work done. He gives the claim. So a very good opening exchange between Iko and Harley to start things off for Australia and Japan.
I love it. They're such performers. Let's have a look at the scores, though. Kira Buckpitt soaking up that last one for Harley. There's the first turn. Nice placement. Plenty of spray. Looking really electric. Up another level. 4 turns now. Over the top of Japan. Looks straight down the lens. Thank you very much. That's going to be a score. But also for Japan, huge big opening wave. I actually think Iko was asking, does he rotate after that? Because in the previous semi-finals, they were finishing on 6 points total, and I have a feeling that the first one for Japan is going to go really, really high, and I think he knows it too. So he's like, do I save time, come in, I'll bank that. It's going to be a 6+ ride, perhaps. Let's have a look at the final scale first.
But you've got to get 2 waves on the board.
You have to.
You have to, otherwise it's penalty.
Well, I still think he was asking. I think he was looking at the team.
Maybe not even thinking about that fact from a technicality perspective.
I do. I really, I have to check, but I think he's just checking. Okay, rotate. Let's go. One more. Let's do it quickly. Let's get the rest of the team the opportunity. They've got to break down the time allocated for each surfer.
Even just that communication, like for Mirai, who's getting ready to come up as their second surfer, going, all right, first wave's done. Get into that mindset. Start standing up, getting ready to go, because the moment there's an opportunity for him to get a second score, which could be maybe just that single maneuver, he's going to be on it quickly to get himself on the inside.
Yeah, and let's wait to see what that first 2 comparisons are. Let's see the scores. They're looking really, really good. An 8-point ride for Japan. Match that up against Harley's from Team Australia. I think they were similar. I think Japan might have even had the jump on it. From my own perspective, we obviously don't influence the judges, but they're a 9.17 for last the Harley. So more critical section, I guess. If you think back at the comparison, great way to kick off the final. Huge big exchanges for those 2 surfers. Back-to-back waves. That leaves Spain and Hawaii straight away. 4.5 minutes burnt. Pressure's on them. And they're hearing that across the beach announcement. Great way to kick off for Australia and Japan.
Wow, extremely strong starts. Spain and Hawaii now needing to get their campaigns underway. Chesney putting herself in position here, just kind of trailing behind Harley, smiling paddling with a big smile on his face. Spain's Hans Odriozola. He really got the job done early for Team Spain in the first semi-final. His top 2 waves pretty much set them up to take away the win. And that was within the first 5 minutes. He was already back in, tagging out the next surfer to run in. Surfer number 2 was out in the water, like pretty much on that 40-minute mark for Team Spain. So a much smaller start for Hans out in the lineup right now. He would also be feeling it with those big scores dropping in, going, okay, there's a bit more pressure building here. But I think after the performance that we saw from him yesterday, think about that final with Lucas Skinner. Lucas dropping in massive scores. Hans, on the final moment of that heat, has 1 wave left and knows that he had to go huge, rose to that occasion, and executed for that gold medal position. We could see him within this heat putting himself in the position where he's going to get onto that great wave. He's going to have that inside kind of priority slot, and hopefully getting himself a score just as good as the other guys.
Well, Lucas was chewing on the gold yesterday. It was so close.
That's such a good description.
It was a buzzer beater. It was a buzzer beater final for him. He snatched that thing, literally flying past, grabbed it out of his mouth and said, thank you very much, I'll take it. Like, it was mental when we talk about pressure performances. So I don't think the 9 or the 8's going to really worry him. He's still within his rotation. Okay, 4 surfers, 45 minutes, 20-second buffers for the sprint out, sprint in for each surfer. You have to factor that in. It's like a tag team tax. And then you got to put on board having a definite buffer to make sure you're finished within the changeover booths. So that reduces your risk of penalty. So that's maybe a 2-minute tax as well. If you gave each surfer 8 minutes, add on the 20-second tax, I think they're on point for time still for Spain.
We've had a huge amount of participation at this year's ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. 46 nations with 365 overall surfers between 4 different divisions. 177 of them were women, which was great to see that large of participation within the field. A few new nations in the conversation as well. Romania, for the very first time ever competing at any ISA event, fielded 1 surfer. We also had the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Ukraine as new nations for the Junior World Championships specifically. We have seen them field surfers at the World Surfing Games and other events through the years.
What's Kia doing there for Australia?
I don't know. What did you see?
I think she's stealing wax from the other teams across the boundaries.
Sneaky,
No, she's
sneaky.
not. She wouldn't be. But I tell you what, that does happen a lot. I mean, Hawaii looking really settled and pretty relaxed right now. But with the other team formats, it is a manager's job to keep an eye on the changeovers too, because, I mean, the staff and the officials are well and truly onto each of the details. Here goes first for Hawaii, though.
Chesney on her forehand, snap to start. She's going to put that first score on the board. Currently chasing a 918 to take away that leading position. All requirements will be going for gold as we take a look at Spain. Hans on his forehand.
Oh, he's good.
2 turns very quickly. Took him a long time to get that first score, but now this heat's going to be underway for those 2. We could be seeing Australia and Japan try and get themselves maybe that quick second wave and start to come in, because we're already almost on that 10-minute mark on the clock.
The Spanish surfer, technically, is so good. That was a nothing wave for him, and he just somehow still managed to gain speed. You can see, similar for that wave there for Iko, there's nothing available, and they've got to make their own speed. Freestyle, lapping in, makes the sprint up the hard sand. He's going to take a nice low track. That's a great strategy too, avoiding the soft sand, keeping the legs pumping through. Watch him slow down as he crosses that crease into the light coloured sand there. Look at the pace now. Dying, slowing, pushing through the lactic acid, jumps in there, makes a changeover. Here we go.
Clean
Mirai.
tag, and Mirai now with a sprint down the shoreline. Second surfer for Japan hitting the water, and scores in just a 1.5 for the backup score of Iko. Got that 8, tried for a 0.5, decided to stay and get 1 better. Unfortunately for him, it didn't amount to anything above that 1.5, and likely not going to be a 1-point difference coming down to the finish of this heat. So that, I mean, he obviously put together an incredible performance, putting an 8 on the board for his first wave. Can see him there just catching his breath before maybe a bit of a debrief with the crew.
Yeah, it's highs and lows, I guess, of team surfing. He got an 8 straight away, and then he burnt through a lot of time for the team to find a 1.5. So that's it, the highs and lows. There's Anon. She's looking psyched. Huge big smile in the semi-final from her, until there was that interference call in between Japan. But I mean, Tenshi brought it back. There he is next to her with a 9-point ride. He's a clinical small wave surfer. If you put a magnifying glass onto somebody's technique in surfing and then broke down every single part of their movement, that's what small wave surfing does, I think. It really amplifies any weaknesses you have. But for Tenshi, he just seems to up the ante score-wise every time.
Chesney having a look at this wave. She opened up with a 2.33. Now Mirai on the paddle out, sneaks in under everyone else, already gets that first score on the board. That's going to be a very nice quick start for their second surfer. Still waiting for Australia. Second score dropping in, but Harley is still in the water. And it looks like...
Oh! You know what? That's going to go straight to the judge's call. Head judge has to make a decision, and the judging panel will need to relook at that wave and see, was it predominantly a left or a right because they were both jockeying for that position on the takeoff. Hans wanted to go left 100%. Harley had decided on the right. We didn't get to see the actual wave. It's especially hard in these conditions, but predominantly you have to look at what the wave is breaking there. Here goes Harley on the next one.
All right. Wanting to make the most of this. Quick snap on his backhand.
Ooh.
Power.
Oh.
Ooh. Goes in for a huge turn on the finish. Won't complete it. He's going to have to come in because he already has a second score to drop. Now taking a look at Mirai. Quick up and down. She'll get bumped off the finish. So she's already going to have a first score, though, coming in, which was a completed wave. Second score of Spain to drop now. They opened up with a 3.40 for the first wave of Hans. He's now got a second score to drop. And Harley with the run at the beach, waiting to see where that interference call may be coming between that moment of red and green out in the water with Australia and Spain.
Super experienced competitor too, Harley. He just came off the back of a Let's Surf Lake Macquarie Pro Junior win literally weeks before we came over here to Brazil. So super experienced, as is the gold medalist, Sierra Kerr.
Paddle now for Chesney. Looking for her final wave. Nice snap.
Oh, I love that.
Undoes the leggy as she's coming in on the shoreline,
Love
Jess.
it. Love it. Great signs from Hawaii. Look at the sprint too. She's putting on the pace as she hits that hard sand, gathering momentum. I love this part of the Aloha Cup surfing. It's so good. Watch this. This burns up an extra 10 seconds there. Pushes through the burn as well, and they get a nice clean changeover in the Hawaiian team box. She takes a seat. I love they got the seat for the competitors. Oh, dramatic. It's so dramatic. She's done it for the nation, for the team. Great exchange there for her.
Well done, Chesney. Scores to drop for her second ride. Took her a long time to get into that. You can really see that it slowed down a ton, Jess. First semifinal, there was a few pulses. There were some waves for everyone. As that tide has changed, that swell is continuing to drop through the day. It's going to be a really gnarly finish for the final 30 minutes of this, especially coming down probably to those last 5. We'll see if everyone's already been able to get, kind of their surfers with all their waves. If anyone's going to be struggling just to be able to get a stand-up and into the box on time as we take a look at our current conditions.
Yeah, south-southeast swell, very, very light winds here. Pretty much all week. There was a couple of random arvos that had a bit of wind. Super hot, obviously. Water temps pretty nice. High tide, 5:43 a.m. It's a big tide here early on, and then we have this running out of the water, and that's what we've seen, the improvement of conditions throughout competition on most days this week. And now going into this early afternoon here at Macumba, yeah, it's crazy. 30 minutes though. These Aloha Cups finals, they start off crazy, fireworks, explosions, teams are going nuts, everyone running out, and then it's kind of this weird lulling of energy in the middle. And then at the end, intensity and drama once again. It's like this dramatic sandwich. It's crazy.
Extremely dramatic.
Extremely dramatic team formats.
Hans still in the water. We're on the 30-minute mark, so 15 minutes spent for Team Spain with their first surfer, a 3.4 being his best score at the moment. He's going to have this last wave on his backhand to drop in. He's looking to improve on his 0.23, so he'll do that with his second score coming in. And with a heavy sprint up the beach, he's looking to tag out right around that maybe 29-minute mark, just ahead of that, just below the 30-minute mark. And Annette just kind of cruising down the beach to paddle out for her heat.
I thought that was Janire, but maybe I'm wrong.
I am going to check that. It does look like Janire, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Look at that. I'm wondering about the exchange too between the guys, Australia and Spain. Had that weird peak exchange where Harley wanted to take off and go right. Hans wanted to take off and go left, but they've made a changeover anyway. 29 minutes. The rest of the teams have burnt up a lot of time, so it's a good exchange in regards to what plays out in the next 29 minutes if it becomes a penalty for teams like Hawaii and Japan. But let's see where it locks into the system. Scores in now. Last for Hans, 2.8. So a lot of time spent for not a lot of money in the bank. 3.4 and a 2.8. Generally across the board with teams surfing, you need to be looking at that 4 or 5 point range consistently. It's so hard with these conditions. That's what puts Japan in such a favourable spot here, because when you've got small wave masters like Tenshi, they look really good when it's conditions like this especially.
28 minutes on the clock. Team Japan holding on to that leading position. Team Australia in second, Spain down into third, and Hawaii in fourth. We've got second surfers for everyone out in the water. Team Japan already with 2 waves on the board for the opener of Mirai. She's sitting on a 2.3, which was her high score. She's now going to be maybe more patient, waiting for that third wave to come through to improve on a 0.67.
Stopwatch is on too, for sure, in the Japanese management team. They're calculating each surfer's allocated time. I even saw one time in this similar format with team surfing, the surfer manager, not the coach, was writing on his arm in hard time the times of each of the athletes' rotation in the heat, and that kept track. And by the end of the day, he had quite a few numbers permanent marked all on his arms so that they wouldn't lose them on a sheet of paper, or only one person would have them saved in the phone. They couldn't open the phone in the moment. He would just hold his arms up and they could see the ear-tagged moments where they needed to make the rotations of what had worked in the heats beforehand. So that's an interesting tactic. Another one is, I remember in El Salvador watching, it wasn't for the Aloha Cup, but the New Zealand team brought over ice vests for their athletes. In conditions like this, you see the Japanese team putting the ice pack on themselves, but you could come prepared next time for the Cup.
Up and riding on her backhand. Great looking snap to start, but goes down. Will be unable to pull off a kind of solid opening start for her campaign with a 0.87. Taking a look here at the situation that unfolded between Spain and Australia. We still have not seen any kind of interference mark show up.
I think it was a right. I think where they were on the bank, that was a right. I think Hans was looking right the whole time. I don't think that he thought that Harley was going to swing under him. But, there's a left option on it as well. I just think he was looking right. I reckon he was going to fade Harley off it and keep it. I think it was just a good decision in the last second if it had paid off, and Harley had been unsure about if it was a left or a right as well. But they were both staring pretty far down that as if it was a right. So
my gut feeling, it was a right all the way, and Hans kind of snuck in from behind to try and force the question. As we take a look now at Sierra Kerr up and riding on her forehand, ditches those fins but can't ride out complete. Now, for those of you listening in, we do have a priority issue that has just shown up on the score screen for Team Australia. So judges handing it in favor of the Spanish surfer with a left.
Well,
interesting.
Hats off to the Spanish surfer being called predominantly a left off that peak. We couldn't see it where we were tightly pulled in. Here we go, though, for Hawaii. Let's watch this wave first, live action.
Great forehand snap from Haley. Sets herself up for another, and she'll kick off on the inside.
Great moments for the rest of the teams. Japan, Spain, and Hawaii absolutely cheering right now. There's nothing that you'd want more than for the top or the favoured team, Australia, to suffer an interference like that.
Spain now up and riding. Snap for that first maneuver. Goes in for the second. And second will be, as we take a look now at Japan with Mirai up and riding.
Great surfing for them. Doors just wide open at the moment. I think we're so pulled in tight on the performances and the surfing. Here goes the sprint from Japan, though. Mirai pushing through. They've got to take a low line right until they get to the last second, and then literally 90-degree turn off that left foot and straight into the gates again. I think that's the best. They're burning a bit of energy coming up on this flat angle here, I think. There you go. Nice tag, though, for Anon. As you had to surf a couple of times, there's a couple of sprints. You want to be conserving as much energy as possible, but Anon just looking really graceful. She's up the level of performance here. she's gone to another high and another level in her career at the moment, and I can't help but see her looking at world titles in the Opens and world domination, medals, championships, everything for her on the cards now.
Got a paddle for Haley, is unable to get into that wave.
Oh.
Second surfer for Team Hawaii as Spain is sending their second surfer into the shoreline. And there is Janire getting ready to paddle out. So that second surfer was Annette.
Oh, yeah. My mistake, sorry. I called the confusion on that, but it is Annette, and that was a really nice turn from Annette. Annette, come on, get those legs pushing through. You can probably almost hear the team. Nice low line on the hard sand. She's got to get the work done here, get them back on track. Doors wide open. Australia suffered an interference on that predominantly left. We saw it as a pulled-in angle here on the screen, so we didn't get to see that nice left roll off, but it's getting slow jogs, but she's still going to get the nice clean tag over. Janire.
And Annette now running down the beach. The sisters competing for Team Spain. Looking nearly identical as Janire hits the water. And they're currently sitting in that second place position. Annette just taking a breath there on the shoreline. Camera straight up into her face.
It's the best moment. Do you know what? A couple of weeks ago, in a similar format, I got to get right in the face and up in the grill of Lane Beachley at that exact moment as well. And she was obviously ever the gracious communicator after performances. Here we go, though, for Japan.
Anand on her backhand found that gold medal finish yesterday.
Yeah, but
back to Lane.
It's exactly the moment you don't want the camera and the microphone shoved in your face, because you cannot be any more out of breath than you are when you're surfing in the Aloha Cup after a sprint paddle out, 3 waves in about 6 to 7 minutes, pretty much. Sprint paddle back in, soft sand run up the beach and a tag. Then you get a camera in your face and a microphone in front of you. I mean, Lane's obviously super professional, and so she knows how to handle those pressure situations, but that is the most gas you probably ever see somebody in competition. It's one of the most taxing ways. We have another series in Australia that's like the Ironman, Iron Woman series, which encompasses the run, swim, run, and it's similar to that style, and it's intense. There's Tenchi. He's the master out there. 9-point ride in the semi-final.
9-point ride. Looking to do it again. So much time on the clock, too, because they already have Anand in the water, and they'll be into their fourth surfer with plenty of time on the clock. First score for Anand was a 3.73, and she's looking for that second score already to drop. Looks like she's going to stay out in the lineup, though, and try and better the situation. There's so much time still remaining. Japan currently in the lead. Spain in second due to the interference call on Team Australia, and they will be docked 5 points on the scoreboard, which has them sitting down in that third place position, with Hawaii sitting in fourth. Hawaii off to a very slow start in comparison to their semifinal number 1. Just a couple of 2s counting at the moment. And now up and riding, Janire on her forehand. Snap to start, goes in for the second section. Lines it up here for nice re-entry on the finish.
Yeah, that's going to be a keeper for the end. They're back on track now. That momentum shifted big time. For Australia, losing that 5 points would be like driving down the freeway with a $50 note in your hand, $50 bill, and it getting ripped out of your hands by the wind, and you're just going, what just happened? Where did that go?
How did I do that?
I don't even, yeah, it's a rough trot for them at the moment, but for Spain, this is going to be a keeper. Look at the nice first little turn, gathers a bit more momentum, gets into the lip, really small conditions, but manages to put a third turn on the board for that. So it's going to be good. They've got time on their hands as well. Great rotation for them.
I did see Blue having a paddle into that wave. She'll kick out. Looking for her third ride now. Dropped in a 4.07, so now she's going to be looking for any score that gets her into that at least 4-point range. As we take a look now at Haley. Comes in for that first turn, starts taking the leash off while riding that wave all the way into the shoreline, and she's going to have a long run up the beach. And there's going to have to be some catch-up on the clock for Team Australia. Sierra Kerr on her forehand. Sorry, for Team Hawaii. Sierra on her forehand for Team Australia. Not feeling satisfied with that wave. And they still have 2 more surfers to be hitting the water as well.
Do you know what I think Spain should do right now? Here goes the changeover for Hawaii, though, first of all.
What do you think Spain should do?
I think Spain should get the next wave, whatever comes through, get it under their feet, put it on the board, call it then for Janire, bring her in, send out the next surfer. Because the other teams now have time against them. Australia has the 5-point deduction against them already. Hawaii hasn't found an open enough score, nothing out of a 2-point range. Spain's got momentum. They can turn it over right here. Here we go. Live action.
Sierra, feeling super frustrated.
That's it. That's the third wave.
That's it. She has to come on this one.
Yep.
It's not going to help her situation either. And for their second surfer in that first heat, she put together some of the biggest scores for Team Australia. Now sitting on just a 133 as her highest score.
Oh, great turn.
Anon.
Oh.
Team Japan is going to be really tough to beat within this one.
I feel like the coaching staff have literally just opened the box on celebrations suddenly here at the juniors. It must be, we've got to ask them about it. It must be something that's come into play now for them as athletes, because I have never seen it. I don't think I've ever seen it across any division in competition. There's another wave. That's the third one on the board for Anon. She's going to make changeover. Great exchange to them. I think Spain, though, are looking really deadly at this point. I think one more wave, if that happens in the next minute, you almost could say, if she gets a turn on it, it's a 3 or a 4. She's looking at the gold. They need to turn her over really quickly, though.
17 minutes on the clock. Spain is only chasing a 135 in order to get that leading position above Japan. Doesn't look like that last wave of Anon is going to factor into her top 2. So there shouldn't be any improvement as we see their final surfer, Tenchi Iwami, now hitting the water. Anon just taking a breather. She's had that sprint up the beach, putting herself into position now. 16 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, Jess. And Japan has their final surfer in the water. Spain is nearly there, but Janire still sitting out looking for another wave. She's got that 5.33 on the board as her highest score so far. And there's still plenty of time with 16 minutes on the clock. And you can see that hard moment for Sierra Kerr coming in after not being able to find any big scores to help out Team Australia. First 2 surfers, a bit of a shocker in the mix with that 5-point penalty against Harley as well, Jess.
You can see how serious they're athletes at the end of the day. This is their job. They've just surfed all the way through. It's been a huge week of emotions for Sierra. She's got the gold. For Anon that you saw on screen too, both of them, along with Tenchi, the most medalled athletes in the entire event. So it's been a huge week. She's been holding it together all week. Tenchi has been too. Anon, they've had to deal with so much going on at the contest, and you just want that last chance to show up for the team. I think it's a lot of pressure when you're representing the nation and the team. Whoa, look at this, 3 people scratching.
Scratching, and we've got a split peak. We'll stick with our surfer for Hawaii on his backhand.
Ooh.
Nice whip. So there was a changeover between Haley Boverman and Tiger Abubo. Third surfer now in the water for Team Hawaii.
Look at this. Janire, does she get the ride on this? She does. She has a quick look. Smart from her. This is it. Call it. She's still got one wave, I think, that she can get on the board.
Has a look back as well to the team. Let's take a look at this wave from Tiger.
Would have been this first turn. Nice setup. Clean little face. If he had ridden out of that, it would have been a really good score. Nice choice. Management. Legs are burning. Hardcore there. Could have collected a little balloon on the lap back up to make the changeover.
And the final surfer sprinting down the beach for Team Spain, Kai Odriozola. So the sibling team out of Spain looking favorable to be able to steal away the leading position from Team Japan. We are waiting for a score to come through for last of red, as their fourth and final surfer will be hitting the water with 15 minutes to spare on the clock, which means time management. Everyone using up that 10-minute allotment, allowing that spare 5 minutes roughly on the board for their final surfer.
It seems long, but in Aloha Cups, it can go like in the blink of an eye. You can sit, I've seen top world title holders sit out there for their teams in cup-style surfing with 20 minutes left on the clock. In a strategy play, first 4 surfers or first 3 surfers just sent out to get 3s and 4s, and then that power surfer comes into play. They sit out there 20 minutes and they get nothing. I've seen that happen a lot of times. So he has to bring that A-class performance that the Odriozola brothers have been bringing all week. He needs to convert at the moment. He's got 3 opportunities to do it. They're going to put in his best 2. I think he's probably going to do it on the first one. You just have that feeling about these 2 brothers throughout the event. That's why they've walked away as medalists. Doors wide open. They're in a really good little challenging position, but they have to get across this clinician first.
Up and riding now. Tenchi going in for this opening section. Small wave. Lightning fast surfing, though.
You want to learn how to surf small waves, you need to go back and watch every single thing Tenchi has done across this event. Every time there's been a opportunity for him to fall off or lose speed, he has upped the ante technically, and he's surfed beyond that wave, and he's found himself the score, and he's produced a number for the team. Have a look at this. Look at his technique. The way he builds speed, hops, drops, and then climbs the section, winds that up. Like, what? That wasn't even a section, and somehow he's found himself a score.
Just wound it up and let it loose. Waiting for a score now to drop through. Remember, the opening wave for Team Japan was huge in that opening moment from Iko Watanabe. It was an 8-point ride. Team Australia for Holly Walters bettered it with a 9.17. But now we're into kind of the final ends of the heat. Kai goes for the air, and he's able to pop around, pull it out. He's got to complete a maneuver. Team Spain feeling stoked after something different for the judging panel as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet. Here goes Tenchi again.
Quick in and out, checks his watch, realizes he's got plenty of time. 5.28 is the requirement for Spain to get the lead away from Japan. As we take a look now at Hawaii with Tiger on his backhand. Looking very strong, tagging the section. And he'll have another score to drop through. That would be his second wave. His first was a 2.6.
Great combo from him.
Wow.
Surfing royalty as well, Tiger Abubo. Great combination surfing. They are looking at upping the medal ante at the moment. Here comes a big set, though, 11:11 on the clock.
Remember, there's no priority, but it's that inside position, which will be given right of way. To be debated on some sections.
I like that.
By us, not by the judges.
Here's the replay of Tenchi first. Really small little wave. Well, like I said again, take note. Super Groms, if you're watching, Tenchi's small wave technicalities are world class. Top of the pops for him at the moment. Japan's in the lead, but I like that little push of the Odriozola brother, Kai. I love that he just kind of hustled Kira a little bit then from Team Australia. There was the interference call against them from Hans earlier, and so he's maybe just putting a bit of pressure on. There might have been a bit of nervousness from Kira as well. There's Japan in the lead at the moment, 10 minutes, 20 seconds.
No nervousness from Team Japan whatsoever. Throwing the shaka, the aloha love down in the booth, or down on the beach, but we can feel the tension still here as they want to hold on to that gold medal position. Hawaii now with that final opportunity for Tiger, and he's going to be cutting it short, kicking out here on the shoreline. We are waiting for his last score still to drop in, so 2 better scores than the 2.60 likely to drop for Team Hawaii, which is going to be very helpful. They are in a combination of major scores.
Look at him. He's on the trot big time too. He's just picking up momentum and pace as he goes past all the locals. Look at the arms going, Shannon. He's pacing. I'm still interested about that angle coming into soft sand so early. I'm not sure about it, but his camp is on the edge right there. So I guess from him... Oh. Let's leave that to the technical staff there for the ISA and the panel. He was blocked almost by his own flag. There's Ryland, though.
Blocked by his own flag, the Hawaiian flag. Getting in the way of the competition.
We're going to replay here.
It's heating up. Here we go.
Oh, no. Flagpole. Almost lowered. Gate malfunction there. Ryland gets caught up. Tiger gets caught up.
Very awkward moment for Team Hawaii.
Have you seen at the start of the horse races when the gates don't open properly sometimes, or those different, oh my goodness, that's a technical blunder. I don't know what the call is going to be on that. Japan is cheering though.
I feel like the only way there could have been some kind of penalty would be had Rylan actually left the box before he was tagged by Tiger, but Tiger and him tagged hands.
No, we're going to have to get down to the bottom of the wording of the penalties for that, because I tell you what.
This is why I have Jess Grimwood to call the finals here, because you have such sharp knowledge on board riders events. You are in the mix with them so often when it comes to tag teams.
Ooh, 7 seconds.
Taking a look at the rule book.
These are the rule book.
Whips it out of your pocket.
Oh,
whole
yes.
rule book, all 1,000 pages right here.
Yeah, I've got it. I'm going to print it out in hard copy to study it on the way home as well. That's what we do back home, especially in team formats. Aloha Cup format is being well and truly studied because you want any type of loophole you can to get through. Have a look at this live action first, though.
Now up and riding on his forehand. Quick tag to the section. Goes up for a second, but he'll fall.
Okay, let's go to the rule book quickly. Penalties for team and team members. Rule number 2. Surfer tags outside of the box. Oh, here we go. Live action, though, for Rylan.
All right. Great combination of major
Love that.
maneuvers. He's going to put a score on the board.
Rule 2. Surfer tags outside the box. Exiting surfer must be grounded totally inside the box or incur a 5-point penalty. So exiting surfer was Rylan. He was inside the box.
He was inside for sure.
Rule number 3. Surfer tagging does not make contact with the next surfer or designated marker, 5-point penalty. It actually, word-wise, from the Aloha Cup himself, do not say that the tagging surfer has to be within the box.
No. Tagging surfer doesn't need to.
Yeah, well then.
So it's fine.
No foul play.
No foul play.
Rylan was in there.
Hands can be tagged. Surfer exiting the box has to still be behind the line and then can exit, but the surfer entering into it. But this is what we've seen from every single changeover so far.
Well, no, you didn't see that from Brazil. I disagree. You saw half of the teams were making sure they're entering surfer into the box, were coming fully into the box, almost at the back.
Before the
they
next
were staying,
exits.
almost doing like some secret little handshake, pausing for a second, and the exiting surfer gets out. So luckily for Hawaii, that goes through as fair play, but going through the history of Aloha Cups, if we're going to be projecting towards the Olympics, those malfunctions with flagpoles need to be tidied up because there is no space for that. There is no space for that in team events.
There's space for secret handshakes, but there is no space for a malfunction of the flagpole when it comes to tagovers between the teams.
Well played, though, Hawaii. Rylan recovered.
They're on it.
Score on the board, too. 3-point ride.
All right.
They're sitting in the bronze medal position at the moment. Australia, they're comboed. 16.14 if they want to take anything. They were the favourites coming into this final. Japan sitting in first, but Spain need a 1.08. 5 minutes, 38 seconds. You wait to hear the screams start now from the teams. Here goes Kira Buckpit.
All right, getting some work done on our backhand. This is very, very important. They're the only team. Oh, no, slips off the wax. Just melted so much in the sun, sitting there waiting for that last wave that she has slipped off without that extra foo wax to grip her on.
Unfortunately, especially in the team's environments, the feeling of performance is super contagious in these formats. And if it goes really well at the start, you generally see it build. One bad thing happens or one little hiccup, sometimes it can catch on and the rest of the surfers feel it. Here we go. This is important. 5 minutes.
Now, important scores that have come through from that leading conversation. Japan, Tenchi with a 6.10 for his opening ride. Was a great way to start things off. He's got a 2.87. And we've got a tight situation here, but Kai on the inside position goes for another air.
No.
He's not going to be able to ride out of it, though. So he's got that 3-point ride on the board for his opening score. Now a second throwaway to come. And Rylan on his backhand. Powerful attack. Ooh, great 2-turn combination. Goes up for the third. Nearly loses it. How on earth does his foot stay connected?
Hawaii are back in this.
He's in it, but he's in a combination situation.
Yeah, but he has one more wave to come on the board. He has one more opportunity. If he gets a 6 and then he gets a 7, Hawaii can win this still.
Okay.
4 minutes on the clock. He's still in it. Kai knows that he needed to put some more space. He needed another proper number if he wanted to overtake Japan. He's going to get a 108. but Tenchi still has a wave to come. Ryland still has a wave to come. Australia, well, I mean, if he throws down 2 8s, he's going to be back in it. It's a big ask in these conditions with 3 minutes 40 seconds on the clock, although you can't say ever out of the picture with surfing.
It can't be. And we saw an 8 and a 9 as the opening exchange.
It can't be, but the feeling is that having 2 8s in the next 3.5 minutes against 2 other of the world's best competitors that are still in the lineup, it's going to be a tough ask. It'll be a rabbit out of a hat for Mr. Smith.
All right, here we go. Up and riding on his forehand. God.
So he's got 2 more
out
chances.
for Lennox.
Strike 1 for Lennox on trying to get out of that combo. 2 more chances. Here goes Ryland.
Once again, eyeing off that left.
Oh, my goodness.
Here we go. He's now only chasing a 4.11. Jess, I questioned you. I should have never questioned you. A 7.5 for his last wave.
Yeah, I see it.
Here we go.
They're
Another
out
score
of
to come
combo?
through. Hawaii could be jumping into the lead with a score like that, with a wave like that. 2-turn combination.
So, okay, so I see
Dynamic,
that.
powerful.
I see it all day there for Hawaii. Let's see if it locks in as a 4-1-1 or better. Tenchi's last wave then has to answer back to Ryland's last wave. It is. It's a 6.83. Hawaii's gone into second place.
Wow, Hawaii into second. Was
Or
that
have
his
they gone
final
into
wave?
first?
Nah, only into second.
They've gone into second. Sorry, I'm getting caught up.
They've gone into second. So Hawaii, here we go. Hawaii's walking in that silver medal position. From what we can see on our screen, graphics to be updated, and there it is. 7.5 and a 6.83. Incredible surfing from Ryland on the finish into silver. We can see Japan recognizing the need to just get themselves into the shoreline and into the box on time, but they've got so much time, Jess.
Oh, yeah, but
2 minutes remaining and all the hustle going down here.
He has
as if he's got 15 seconds on the clock in the countdown.
Look at it.
This is the way to finish off. Gold medal coming for Team Japan. An incredible sprint to the finish. Australia has very big requirements in front of them. We do have a surfer still in the water for Team Australia, Jess.
I love the respect from the Japanese surfers, almost putting that gold medal around their hands. It's pretty safe to say within 1 minute and 20 seconds, Lennox is an incredible surfer from Australia, but I don't think that they're going to be posting
two
2
new scores.
Yeah.
Exactly. 2 new scores on the board to chase
And
that
to get in.
combination of a 13.67. Now up and riding, he's going to be trying to at least get his team. Oh,
It's not going to happen with 1 minute on the clock. To make it back up the beach after 2 waves, I mean, he can throw down a really big performance, push their medals somewhere else. But Japan, I mean, huge big thing for them. Notably for Hawaii, he goes live action.
live action up and riding. Lennox Smith on his backhand. One single turn. He's going to get himself into the beach. They could be potentially jumping up into that next position. Team tells him to go straight back out again. What on earth are you doing coming in with still 35 seconds on the clock and the opportunity to catch one more wave?
Yeah, there's still another bite on that T-bone sitting out there. Yeah, Japan, love it from Mirai. Stay inside that box. The managers are holding on. 23 seconds. Massive push from Hawaii. Look how close the score is. 32.23, 32.5.
Wow.
Huge for them to push from pretty much fourth. They were trailing the whole first 40 minutes. Right into the last 3 minutes there. 8 seconds on the clock. Japan are looking at gold.
Very impressive result for Team Hawaii, like you said. And the countdown as Team Japan takes it. Australia will incur yet another penalty for not getting back into the box on time. And Japan is the official Aloha Cup winners for the 2023 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
I love hearing that pit audio. What a good win for them. Huge, big takedown of some massive teams. Silver medal for Team Hawaii. Spain in the bronze. Australia in the copper. Massive, massive moment for the Japanese team. What a day. What an event for them. For each of them individually. For them as a nation right now. Huge. They'll be getting and collecting that gold medal at the ceremony. I'm running around the booth, Shannon, because there's nothing better than the Aloha Cup surfing. And to finish it off in such high spirits, there's the master of small wave attack. That's Tenchi, Iko, Anon, Mirai, rest of the management team, congratulations, gold medalists.
Emotion coming through from Iko as well. I believe those are tears of happiness being shed from Team Japan. Like you said, Jess, we've seen that emotion released from the Japanese contingency this week. I think this is something that could take them across the world to the highest levels of professional surfing, continued in the run that they've already had at that level.
Yeah, and Anon, the most winningest surfer, along with Tenchi. There you go. That just sums up their performance here. Huge, big congratulations. Gold tastes good. And it is a good day on the Aloha Cup for Team Japan.
And smart across the board. No penalties incurred for Japan. Just stuck to their own game plans. Kept their distance from everyone else in the water to make sure that nothing funny was going to go down. In for the team cheer for the celebration.
Let's listen. Oh, you could feel it.
You could feel it all the way here in the booth, all the way around the world for our viewership. Tuning in for the Aloha Cup. Let's take a look at some highlights from what we have seen go down in action so far, Jess. Taking a look here at the heat recap as we see this first wave from Harley Walters. How was that 917 once again?
Yeah, that was huge. This is the Japanese surfer though, Iko. Questioning the rotation straight off the bat off the first wave.
Great start out the gates. For Spain, it was a very slow start, which hindered their performance across the board rather than that quick and early start that we saw from the Japanese surfers. Great exchanges that went down between the women, Mirai, Annette, Janire, and Anon as well for these two teams. And that one attempt at a big air for Kai Odriozola. Lennox on his backhand. Looking to finish off. And Tenchi, like you said, the small wave weapon. Someone to really study when it comes to learning how to surf the world's smallest waves the best.
Along with this guy, Rylan Beavers from Hawaii, they were in fourth, then they were in third, and he surfed them all the way to a silver with this backhand steering performance. Real standout there under pressure for him. Great surfing.
Very, very impressive performance all around. It's been a great way to finish out our Aloha Cup, and we have Mitchell Salazar down on the beach with our gold medalists, Team Japan.
That's right. Not only impressive during the week here at the regular ISA event, but they take out the gold medal in the Aloha Cup here with the entire team. And let's start with Tenchi. You had a big moment in the semifinals, dude. It came down to the moment right here where you needed to come in. You guys were in the lead. Hawaii couldn't overtake you anymore. Australia couldn't overtake you anymore. Your performance in both the semifinal and then the final was impressive, though. Talk to me about the formatting here and having to surf without zero ego.
Yeah, I'm so stoked in semifinals. I was big mistake and I was a little bit too much talked, but finals come down and my team is so strong. I believe in my team Japan. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Congratulations here with Mirai now. Miss Ikeda, you had a great performance throughout the week. You said during a post-heat interview that you're not a great small wave surfer. I beg to differ. I think you're great. But in the event right here towards the end, you had a big performance, a couple of small scores, but time management was huge. How'd it go out there for you in the final?
Yeah, I want to ride more good wave and more good make surfing. But yeah, I'm so happy. I love this team.
And then Anon, you won the gold medal yesterday as Leno Smith, cheering on everybody from Team Japan right now. Good sportsmanship right there. You won the gold medal in the U18's historic moment for Team Japan and Asia overall. But here in this event, the format's a lot different. You went out there, and they were actually yelling at you for you to come in with a lot of time remaining. They needed to get Tenchi out there in the water. What's it like with the communication being so close to the beach right now?
Like there is the flag and then the left or right and then waves coming, the coach, and then here is the player coach, and then we could believe everyone. Also, yeah, I'm so happy, and then yeah, for Tenchi is so good surfer, and then yeah, everyone's so good surfer, but the fourth player for this Aloha Cup Tenshi, so I just keep time and then just 2 or 3 waves, 3 point something, 4 point something, and then come here and then give to Tenshi. So all good and then good, good weapon.
Well, worked out. And the last member of the team, Mr. Watanabe, great performance by yourself. Talk to me about the importance of Victor Ribas. He was a local surfer, former professional, one of the best out of Brazil. What kind of advice did he give you this week competing here in Macumba?
日本語でいいですか?
We can translate, it's fine.
ビクターさんにはいろんなもう生活面であったりビーチのビクターさんはいつもビーチに来たらゴミ拾ったりしててそういうとこもお手本になったしもう素晴らしいサーファーだと思います。あとこの2人は去年もキャプテンを務めてくれて俺最高の花道作ってあげたいと思ってたんでちょっとでもその花道を作ってあげられたのかなと思います。あとみんな応援ありがとうございました。
All right, who has the best translating skills? Are we going to go with Tenchi?
Yeah, okay. Victor is a good coach, and he come beach in the morning, and he take like trash every day, and he always respect for him. And then because Victor is best coach, and then we are captain, and this year, and he wanna give gold medal for us, and he can get 8 point, and yeah, he's so happy, and everybody thank you for cheering for us, yeah, and A.
It's an emotional moment. It's an emotional moment. Let's hear the cheer one more time. Team Japan gold medalists here at the Aloha Cup. Let's hear it, guys.
世界一にしてる。
世界一。
いくよ。
せー日本世界一。
So awesome to see Team Japan on top. I love that we got to hear from every single surfer, those heartfelt moments, that self-belief coming alive throughout this week, and their thanks to their local coach here on the ground as well. Not just putting together, great strategy for them behind the scenes and pouring it to them as surfers, but encouraging them as people as well.
Yeah, it's just really emotional, isn't it, watching how much it means to them, for them to bring home a gold medal, the gratitude that they have for each and every member of the team, all the jobs that come into play. We know them as a culture to be the most respectful and a well-deserved medal, the most medalled team for the whole event so far, Anon and Tenshi particularly. Incredible performance. Great moment. Love hearing that from them. Love that interview.
Incredible. Well, thank you so much for tuning in to the Aloha Cup today. We are going to be shortly beginning the closing ceremony. Once we can kind of wrangle all the excited fans from the beach and actually get them into the closing ceremony area. From there, we'll be hearing the Japanese national anthem many times. As you said, they've been such a medaled team throughout this week. It's going to be a great celebration, so be sure to tune in. And thank you again for all your support, for your interest in watching the world's best juniors this week. Jess, you've done a great job. Always fun to call the action with you.
Thank you, Shannon. It's been a massive week. I feel very privileged to have watched all of these young people's lives be changed by surfing, and that literally sums up the ISA, the game, the World Junior Championships, what it's about. A better world through surfing. You can see it, you can feel it, and I hope you enjoy the ceremony too.
We'll be back with that. Just continue to stay tuned.
had a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, the guy like talking, I'm going to ask him for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lend money to somebody with this title, you know.
Just looking at the world today, it's very clear that what we need the most is peace. And today, we are a proof of peace and a better world through surfing. It is my hope that in these 10 days of surfing competition, friendship, camaraderie, to hate, we answer with love. To violence, we answer with peace. And of course, we answer with surf, which is what we love.
The amount of happiness of bringing this all together. I personally surfed this event twice before, and it changed my life, like it's gonna change your life.
Now that the world can hear, it is my greatest pleasure, my greatest honor. This is what I love to do the most. To officially declare open the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil!
I was a good student. I was kind of the intellectual brother. My brother was much better than me. You know, by 10 he was playing soccer, rugby, tennis, everything. I wanted to be good at other things, so I focused on other things. I was collecting stamps. Which 10-year-old collects stamps? I don't know. Many times I drifted away from the ocean. My brother will be the one that will reel me back into the ocean. In many ways, surfing saved my life and allowed me to stay active. I think that as terrible as it was to feel insecure and to be shy, at one point I realized that it was just too painful to be like that, so I wanted to change. So instead of being shy, kind of maybe the pendulum swung too far the other way. But I needed to do something about it.
julep, julep, julep. And we also want to have the Aloha Cup teams also meet with Megan behind the tree, please. Todas las finalistas del Aloha Cup también, por favor, que se vayan con Megan aquí al lado derecho del stage. Behind this tree on the right side of the stage, Team Hawaii, please meet with Megan from ISA.
I love the pronunciation, likeあと日本のチームお願いします。ステージの右側、この木の裏、メーガンとちょっといてください。それアロハカップの関係です。 Okay, everyone. Welcome to the official closing ceremony of the 2023 ISA World Surfing Junior Championship. All of the countries and athletes present have given their best effort, and it's with great pleasure that the ISA welcomes you all here.
Bem-vindos à cerimônia de encerramento do ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Todos os competidores e suas seleções presentes se esforçaram muito e é com grande prazer que nós damos boas-vindas a todos vocês.
We would like to welcome and introduce the following dignitaries on stage today.
Nós gostaríamos de dar as boas-vindas e introduzir os seguintes dignatários no palco aqui hoje.
The ISA Vice President, Mr. Jean-Luc Arassus.
O vice-presidente da International Surfing Association, Sr. Jean-Luc Arassus.
The CBS President, Mr. Flavio Teco Padaratz.
O senhor presidente da Confederação Brasileira de Surf, Flávio Teco Padaratz.
The Secretary of Sports for the State of Rio, Mr. Rafael Picciani.
O secretário de Esportes do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, o senhor Rafael Picciani. The next one, próximo.
The Secretary of Sports of the City of Rio, Mr. Guilherme Schloeder.
Secretário de Esportes da cidade do Rio de Janeiro, o senhor Guilherme Schroeder.
The Secretary of State Tourism, Mr. Gustavo Tutuca.
O secretário de Turismo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, o senhor Gustavo Tutuca.
The President of the Brazilian National Olympic Committee, Mr. Paulo Wanderley.
O presidente do Comitê Olímpico Brasileiro, o senhor Paulo Vanderlei.
And our ISA Executive Committee member, Mr. Kimifumi Imoto.
E o senhor membro do Comitê Executivo da International Surfing Association, Mr. Kimifuji Imoto.
Okay, so before we move on to the medal ceremonies, the ISA Vice President, Mr. Jean-Luc Arassus, will present ISA plaques of honor to our distinguished guests.
Antes de seguirmos para a entrega das medalhas, o vice-presidente da International Surfing Association, Sr. Jean-Luc Arassus, vai apresentar as placas de honra aos convidados.
First, to the CBS President, Mr. Flavio Teco Padaratz, please come forward.
É isso, primeiro presidente da Confederação Brasileira de Surf, Flávio Teco Padaratz.
Next, to the President of the Brazilian National Olympic Committee, Paulo Wanderley, please come forward.
E agora chamamos para ficar ao lado do Teco o presidente do Comitê Olímpico Brasileiro, Paulo Vanderlei.
And now to the Secretary of Sports of the City of Rio, Guilherme Schloeder, please come forward.
Agora o secretário de Esportes da cidade do Rio de Janeiro, por favor, Guilherme Schroeder.
And now to the Secretary of State Tourism, Gustavo Tutuca, please come forward.
Secretário de Turismo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, Gustavo Tutuca, por favor.
And now the ISA Vice President, Mr. Jean-Luc Arassus, will present a special diploma to the CBS President, Mr. Flavio Teco Padaratz, that permanently commemorates the sands of the world to the country. It is the ISA's hope that with this diploma, the sands of the world takes a visible and prominent place in Rio de Janeiro as a legacy to this historic competition. Mr. Padaratz, please come forward.
Agora o vice-presidente da International Surfing Association, Sr. Jean-Luc Arassus, vai presentear um diploma especial para permanentemente celebrarmos as areias de todo mundo. Para o Brasil, a ISA espera que com esse diploma as areias do mundo tenham visibilidade e destaque no Rio de Janeiro como um legado dessa competição histórica. Teco, por favor.
Now let's all welcome the medalists of the Under 16 Boys Division.
Agora, os medalhistas da categoria Sub-16.
The medals will be presented by ISA Vice President Mr. Jean-Luc Arassus.
As medalhas serão entregues pelo senhor vice-presidente da International Surfing Association, Jean-Luc Arassus.
To the copper medalist representing Brazil, Ryan Coelho.
Com a medalha de cobre representando o Brasil, Ryan Coelho.
To the bronze medalist representing Brazil, Guilherme Lemos.
Com a medalha de bronze também representando o Brasil, Guilherme Lemos.
The silver medalist representing England, Lucas Skinner.
E com a medalha de prata representando a Inglaterra, Lucas Skinner.
And the gold medalist representing Spain is Hans Odriozola.
E com a medalha de ouro representando a Espanha e, por que não, o País Basco, o Hans Odriozola.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain.
Senhoras e senhores, agora o hino nacional da Espanha.
Thank you very much, Under 16 Boys Division.
Parabéns, os garotos da Sub-16.
Next, we'd like to welcome the medalists of the Under 16 Girls Division.
Agora vamos dar as boas-vindas para as garotas medalhistas da categoria Sub-16 feminino.
The medals will be presented by the CBS President, Mr. Flavio Teco Palaratz.
As medalhas serão entregues pelo senhor presidente da Confederação Brasileira de Surf, Flávio Teco Padaratz.
Starting with the copper medalist representing France, Clémence Schorsch.
Começando pela medalhista de cobre representando a França, Clémence Schorsch.
The bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Eden Walla.
Medalhista de bronze representando os Estados Unidos, Eden Walla.
The silver medalist representing the United States of America, Linnea Mons.
A medalhista de prata representando os Estados Unidos, Linnea Mons.
And the gold medalist representing Australia, Sierra Kerr.
E a medalhista de ouro representando a Austrália, Sierra Kerr.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Australia.
Senhoras e senhores, o hino nacional da Austrália.
Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to welcome the medalists of the Under-18 Boys Division.
Na sequência, nós convidamos ao palco os medalhistas da categoria sub-18 masculina.
The medals will be presented by the president of the Brazilian National Olympic Committee, Mr. Paulo Wanderley.
As medalhas serão presenteadas pelo presidente da Confederação do Comitê Olímpico Brasileiro, Paulo Wanderley.
The copper medalist representing Japan, Tenchi Iwami.
Medalhista de cobre representando o Japão, Tenchi Iwami.
The bronze medalist representing Spain, Kai Odriozola.
O medalhista de bronze representando a Espanha, Kai Odriozola.
The silver medalist representing Portugal, Francisco Ordonez.
O medalhista de prata representando Portugal, Francisco Ordonhas.
And the gold medalist representing Brazil, Ryan Kainalo.
E o medalhista de ouro representando o Brasil, Ryan Kainalo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Brazil.
Senhoras e senhores, o hino nacional brasileiro.
All right, thank you very much, Under-18 boys.
Obrigado aos garotos da categoria sub-18.
Let's now welcome the medalists of the Under-18 Girls Division.
Agora vamos receber palco as medalhistas da categoria feminina sub-18.
The medals will be presented by ISA Executive Committee member, Mr. Kimifumi Imoto.
As medalhas serão apresentadas pelo membro do Comitê Executivo da International Surfing Association, Sr. Kimifumi Imoto.
The copper medalist representing the United States of America, Zoe Scheidt.
A medalha de cobre representando os Estados Unidos da América, Zoe Scheidt.
The bronze medalist representing Nicaragua, Candelaria Rezano.
A medalha de bronze representando a Nicarágua, Candelaria Rezano.
The silver medalist representing Tahiti, Kohai Fierro.
A medalhista de prata representando Tahiti, Kohai Fierro.
And the gold medalist representing Japan, Anon Matsuoka.
E a medalhista de ouro representando o Japão, Anon Matsuoka.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Japan. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, meninas.
Next, let's welcome the medalists of the 2023 ISA Aloha Cup.
E agora vamos receber no palco os medalhistas da edição 2023 da Aloha Cup da International Surfing Association.
Presenting the ISA Aloha Cup medals will be the Secretary of State Tourism, Mr. Gustavo Tutuka.
E apresentando as medalhas da Aloha Cup, o senhor Gustavo Tutuka.
And in fourth place in the ISA Aloha Cup, winning the copper medal, Team Australia.
E os medalhistas de cobre na final do Aloha Cup, o time da Austrália.
Big round of applause for Team Australia.
Uma salva de palmas aí para o time da Austrália.
And in third place in the ISA Aloha Cup, winning the bronze medal, Team Spain, please come to the stage.
E no terceiro lugar, na Aloha Cup da International Surfing Association, ganhando uma medalha de bronze, por favor, recebam no palco o time da Espanha.
Big round of applause for Team Spain.
Uma salva de palmas aí para o time da Espanha.
As we mentioned, this will be Gustavo Tutuka. But we'll take Kimifumi Imoto as well.
Uma improvisaçãozinha à brasileira.
All right, gran aplauso, big round of applause for Team Spain.
E aí uma salva de palmas para o time da Espanha.
And in second place in the ISA Aloha Cup, winning the silver medal, Hawaii. Please come to the stage.
E em segundo lugar, na Aloha Cup da ISA, ganhando a medalha de prata, o time do Havaí. A presença ilustre de Shane Dorian entre eles.
Let's have a big round of applause for Team Hawaii.
Tá aí uma salva de palmas para o time do Havaí, onde tudo começou.
And in first place in the ISA Aloha Cup, the gold medal winners are Team Japan. Please come up to the stage.
Em primeiro lugar, na Aloha Cup da ISA, ganhando uma medalha de ouro. Por favor, receba no palco com aplausos o time do Japão.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Japan.
Senhoras e senhores, o hino nacional do Japão.
Once again, national anthem of Japan. Big round of applause for Team Japan. Okinaku onegaishimasu.
Uma salva de palmas para o time do Japão.
Domo arigatou gozaimashita. And now we present the final ranking of the 2023 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
E agora vamos na sequência apresentando a premiação por equipes nesse Mundial Júnior da ISA.
In 45th place, Team Hungary.
45º lugar, o time da Hungria. Olha, apenas
And
em
a
inglês
tie
agora.
for, sorry, Bruno. And a tie for 45th place, we have Wales. 44th place, Romania. 43rd place, Czech Republic. 42nd place, Sao Tome y Principe. In 41st, Ukraine. 40th place, Channel Islands. In 39th, Trinidad and Tobago. 38th place, Greece. 37th place, Nicaragua. 36th place with Switzerland. 35th place, Norway. 34th place was Finland. 33rd place, Panama. In 32nd place, Barbados. 31st place was Uruguay. 30th place, Ireland. 29th place, Colombia. In 28th place, Chinese Taipei. In 27th place, Scotland. In 26th place, Sweden. 25th place, Belgium. In 24th place, Ecuador. In 23rd place, Germany. 22nd place was Team Italy. In 21st place, Netherlands. 20th place, Puerto Rico. 19th place, Venezuela. In 18th place, Chile. 17th place, South Africa. In 16th place, Costa Rica. 15th place, Mexico. In 14th place, Team England. In 13th place, Tahiti. In 12th place, Canada. In 11th place, Argentina. In 10th place, New Zealand. In 9th place, Peru. 8th place, Hawaii. 7th place, Team France. In 6th place, Portugal. And in 5th place, Team Spain. And now the team championship medals will be presented by ISA Vice President, Mr. Jean-Luc Arassus, CBS President, Mr. Flavio Tecapalaratz, and President of the Brazilian National Olympic Committee, Paulo Wanderley.
Agora as medalhas dos 4 times melhores da competição serão apresentadas pelo vice-presidente da ISA, senhor Jean-Luc Arassus, pelo presidente da Confederação Brasileira de Surf, senhor Flávio Tecapalaratz, e o presidente do Comitê Olímpico Nacional, Paulo Wanderley.
The winners of the copper medal with 5,848 points, Team Australia, please come up to the stage.
Os vencedores da medalha de cobre com 5.848 pontos, o time da Austrália. Por favor, subam no palco.
All easy from here. This is the last easy part. Thank you very much, Team Australia.
Muito obrigado. Palmas para a Austrália.
Next, the winners of the bronze medal with 5,850 points. Team Japan, please come to the stage.
Agora os vencedores da medalha de bronze com 5.850 pontos, o time do Japão. Por favor, subam ao palco. Arigatou gozaimasu. Calor humano, de brasilidade, né? Claro. Como chamar o Brasil? Avisei do aqui, ó. Se prepara para o som do Ricão. É, ele arrebenta.
Let's have a big round of applause for Team Japan. Okinakushu onegaishimasu.
Vamos dar aí calorosos aplausos aí para o time do Japão.
Domo arigatou gozaimasu. 今度もよろしくお願いします。
Não, ele conhece bastante gente lá. Thank you. Thanks for the show, huh? Great show.
And the winner of the silver medal with 5,920 points, Team USA, please come to the stage.
E os vencedores da medalha de prata com 5.920 pontos. Por favor, subam ao palco o time dos Estados Unidos.
Big round of applause for Team USA.
Uma salva de palmas aí para o time dos Estados Unidos. O vulcão vai entrar em erupção. O vulcão vai entrar em erupção agora. O vulcão vai abolir.
All right, thank you very much, Team USA.
É isso. Obrigado ao time dos Estados Unidos.
And now, the winners of the gold medal and the new world team champion for the 2023 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships with 6,125 points, the team from Brazil. Please come up on stage.
É isso, né? Nem precisa de tradução. Os vencedores da medalha de ouro e os novos campeões mundiais do ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, o time do Brasil.
guys did a great job, bro. Help us a lot.
And now the national anthem of Brazil.
Agora o hino nacional brasileiro.
Now, Team Brazil, please stay on the stage as we will have our ISA Vice President, Jean-Luc Arassus, present you with the Team Champion Plaque.
Agora o time campeão vai receber a placa do vice-presidente da ISA, Sr. Jean-Luc Arassus. A cordinha da medalha ele não sobreviveu, essa medalha já foi pro chão.
Muito parabéns, muito obrigado.
Parabéns, galera. Esforço recompensado.
Love you, my friend. I love you, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Team Brazil.
Rapaziada, a gente precisa desmobilizar aí o palco para encerrar a cerimônia, por favor.
And now, the ISA President, Mr. Fernando Aguirre, will officially declare closed the 2023 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship in a video message that he has recorded for us all.
Agora, o presidente da International Surfing Association, senhor Fernando Aguirre, vai oficialmente declarar encerrada a cerimônia de premiação do
Hello everybody
ISA
in Macumba. Hello everybody in Macumba, Rio de Janeiro, Brasil. Muito obrigado, Brasil. Muito obrigado, CBS and its president, the surfing legend, Teco Paratz. We had a great time. We're connected with new friends. We're able to enjoy the wonderful food and vibe and weather and waves and warm water of Rio de Janeiro. We're looking forward to coming back in years soon to Brazil with another ISA World Championship. We're absolutely happy. The competition was great. We have difficulties some days with the waves, as you know. Waves are like that, championships are like that, but we finish on a high note with good waves, incredible performances, and the best won. Of course, some of you are going home without medals, and a few of you are going back home with medals. But all of you are champions. All of you participated on the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. All of you are taking home memories. All of you represented your countries. All of you visited with old friends, with new friends. And some of you will be competing maybe next year in the junior again, hopefully. And some of you might be competing in the open division in Puerto Rico for the last qualification for the Olympic Games. Yes, I just said it. Some of you, if you go and surf in Puerto Rico for the World Surfing Games and you qualify, you will be next year in the Teahupo venue of the Olympic Games in July 2024. So congratulations to everybody, because the waves have given us happiness and you have given your best to the competition. Now I want to thank all the population of Macumba, our friends, new friends, all the volunteers in the competition, and everybody that made this championship unforgettable. Enjoy the rest of it. Congratulations to everybody. And of course, congratulations again, Team Brazil, for the Junior World Surfing Championship team. Muito obrigado, Brasil. Muito obrigado, everybody. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Valeu, galera. Encerrada a festa. Parabéns a todos.
Through surfing, thank you, ocean, mahalo.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.